Late? Yeah, by about like 5.5 hours. Sorry, I meant to actually have a morning stream and I was woken up at like 8 a.m. to the sound of, and I'm just guessing here, okay, because I haven't actually investigated this issue, to the sound of my neighbor. I have to assume uh like refinishing their floors or replacing a shower unit or something, because I wake up to bang 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 and I think it's my door. I think someone's knocking at the door and then I hear and thankfully I'm not too paranoid of a person, so I didn't immediately assume that somebody was using a rotary saw to cut through um my lock. It's just been so loud. They're still working, but they're quieter now. So I think we should be fine. I think we should be fine. Every year, my neighbors spend about a month banging hammers in their wall. Yeah, it's like a holiday. What's up? Oh, I got a haircut too. Um, my new barber and I talked a little bit, and I feel like a lot of my problems with my hair come down to my hair is super dry because I shampoo every day. So I'm really gonna try to only shampoo every other day. I'm gonna try to get like a con shampoo, co shampoo, like a shampoo or like a light shampoo. Something that has a little bit less the oil eradicating properties. Do you condition? I condition, but I haven't used leave-in conditioner because I don't like feeling residue in my hair. You know. If you have dry skin, you should wash every 2 to 3 days. No, no, no. Listen, I hate saying it because it sounds gross, but like I have oily hair and skin by default, which is why every day I wake up first thing in the morning, shower, full wash, and shampoo. So I think what I need is like a light shampoo, you know? Yeah, conditioner wash, whatever. But like that's what I did this morning. I did a conditioner wash, except it wasn't with like a specific co-wash product. It was just with the conditioner that I use, you know? So that's my goal, I guess. I'm going to try to shampoo a little less often and with a less abrasive shampoo. That's my goal. That's my goal. Also, I don't know, does the audio sound any different? Probably not to you, but it does to me because I implemented a solution to my Echo. I put up a curtain rod, like one of those tension curtain rods, up there into the little like cove in the room that I'm speaking into, and I hung like a thick, heavy white curtain, so it bounces the light pretty well. It's doing a good job of diffusing the sound and the light, actually. So it's actually pretty good on both fronts. Um, so I'm pretty happy about that, in my opinion. It's a pain putting it up there, by the way. The ceilings aren't low, and it's behind my desk, and there's no way to access it like around the desk, so I basically had to stand on the desk. Do you not have foam pads for sound dampening? I tried using them. They weren't good enough. They didn't work. Like I'm speaking into like an area of the room that is optimized to echo sound back at me. Like I could not have built the room to better reflect sound in my direction. So foam panels weren't enough. Foam, felt, whatever else. I just have a heavy curtain there now, and that's great. That's working. That's working very well. This just seems like poor planning. No, I still wanted to have the desk here. I preferred it to other locations in this room. If I had it against like this wall, it would have cut out into the closet opening. And if I had it over on that wall, I would have had to like tiptoe around the edge of the door to get in, Like I would have had to like shimmy in around the edge because it would have been right up against the door entrance. Um so yeah, no, I'm happy with my decision. Just took a little bit of finagling. Your audio and lighting is much better. I'm talking with my editors right now. I'm thinking I might want to get a new lens for my camera, or maybe even replace the body, the Sony A6400 that I have and that I've been using for like 5 years. I would really, really, because past the point, like what you're seeing right now, this is like the upper limit of video quality for the A6400 with this lens. So I'm thinking maybe I can pump it up a little bit. The audio is quite low. Is it? It's I'm hitting a solid the usual -8 decibels on OBS. It is a little low. It's always really low. I just don't want it to go in the red, but okay. I mean, if you want me to change the filter, sure. Limiter threshold. We'll raise it up to -6.5 decibels. Is that what you want? I don't know. There, now it cuts a little bit into the red. How does that sound? We've upped it by 1.5 decibels. Too much? But we only moved it by 1.5 decibels, by the way. It was fine before, lol. Okay. Then how about we compromise and we just bring it down to -7.3. There, that's in the middle. We've raised the upper limit by a tiny amount. They're fucking with you? Yeah, but like the difference between them fucking with me and them providing advice is minimal anyway, so I might as well just take it seriously. Like, by suggesting that they're fucking with me, you're implying that there's an alternate state of being where they might be being helpful, and I reject that premise. I think that's a logical fallacy. I just think they're doing their own thing, as they always do. How you guys doing? So-called socialist chatters complaining about sound with their $700 headphones. Yeah, you guys need to be like me. I don't even have these plugged in with my $9 Panasonic gel earbuds that I've been using without fail for like a decade. I literally just buy like a 5-pack of them every time I start to run out of them. They actually last a pretty long time. I'll probably get something better at some point. Peak consumerism? How the fuck is that peak? Wouldn't that be the opposite of peak consumerism? I'm taking the most proletarian option in the world. I'm buying like packs of them off Amazon for the the lowest price I can. What would be less consumerist than that? How can I what do I need to do to impress you? Like and subscribe, man. Jesus. Or woman. It's been known to happen. Nothing has headphone jacks anymore, though? Yeah, well. My speakers do. Thana, is that the now implemented essay poster punishment? I've been drafting a big list of things I'm going to bring to White Nervosa. It should be super easy to implement, you know, because a lot of these are literally just tweaking numbers in the back end, but I also don't know how websites work, so I don't know if you guys know how in the original build of World of Warcraft they couldn't change how many slots your backpack could hold because it was like a pillar holding up the rest of the code. The fact that the default backpack had a specific number of slots, even though future bags that you could buy or craft had far more than the default backpack number of slots, they couldn't change it because it was hard coded into too many things. It's not like that anymore, but it was like that for a while. At least that's what I heard. Anyway, I don't know if that's what the character limit is for for chatters, you know what I mean? Consumerism is not reusing your condoms after a proper cleaning. It does feel like you should be able to reuse them. That's true. Like if they're not broken. It is crazy. Single-use plastics, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't replace it. Exactly. Maybe character limit can be an admin setting. That'd be a good idea, Newts. I agree. The new moderator who I haven't interacted with before. I think that'd be a good idea. Yeah, just have that be like a fiddleable thing, you know? Latex isn't plastic, it's rubber. Isn't synthetic rubber like latex also a polymer chain the same way plastic is? Like I know there's natural rubber, but we don't use natural rubber to make condoms. You know, we're not vulcanizing that shit or whatever. Latex is natural rubber? Latex is made from two main sources, the milky fluid of the rubber tree, known as natural latex, and from the petroleum-based chemicals like styrene and butadiene, known as synthetic latex. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, it's like half plastic. That's okay. Maybe different types of latex have different like ratios of natural to artificial. I don't really know. I thought everyone knew this. Too late. Already got your orange name. You didn't realize you subbed to a fucking dumbass. Sucks to be you. Doesn't even know about the condom trees. Sorry. All right, where are we? Is Trump dead? Rumors debunked as Trump seen leaving for golf. You guys all got caught up in the hysteria too, right? Is this a commentary video? No, why would I expect commentary from Forbes Breaking News? Live now from Fox. Hit it with me. What's the title? Where is Trump? White House confirms Trump is alive after concerns grow. Folks, for a solid like 12-hour period, everyone thought Trump was dead. Look, I think most people knew it was a long shot, and it was a great trial run for the real deal when it actually happens, but no, he's alive. At least for now. Body double? Could be. It could be a body double. Could be a body double. Could be a clone. We don't actually know.
Right now, I do want to get you out to a live look over the White House at this hour as we do talk about the rumors that have blown up all over social media regarding the whereabouts of President Donald Trump. The White House saying he is completely fine. Take a look right here at what I'm talking about. This shows the trending topics there on Twitter or X. Now, over the last several hours, there have been several...
There were way more than this, dude. When I checked the Twitter trending tab, like all 4 of the right-hand slots were Trump is dead, where is Trump, Trump missing, that kind of stuff.
Variations of hashtag where is Trump. The reasoning is that the president is normally in front of the cameras near daily, making some kind of remarks and taking questions from reporters. His last real public appearance was a televised 3-hour meeting with his cabinet. We showed that to you here on Live Now from Fox. That was on Tuesday.
That's a while ago. It's Saturday today. From Tuesday to Saturday? Basically, people online realized that Trump hadn't actually been in front of a camera in a while, which is really uncommon for him. And he didn't have any scheduled events for the weekend, which isn't as uncommon, but still noteworthy in tandem with the fact that he had been absent. My personal theory, by the way, I think he had a health episode. Again, it's pretty uncommon for Trump to be away from the cameras for that long. And also, his entire cabinet is made up of loudmouths, right? Like, a ton of the people in his inner circle are braggadocious wannabe influencers, you know? So I feel like from the... First of all, just his silence on its own is significant. But from the moment the rumors spread that he was dead or dying or whatever, they didn't say anything. Like, that was the interesting part to me. If you were following, right, like last night or from around, I don't know, 3 p.m. PT and onward, you know, the right-wing influencers and cabinet members who were near him were pretty fucking quiet. And there's a number of reasons that could be. One of them could be that, and I think this is the most likely one, they just don't know, right? Like, if the president has a health episode, it's not like they all get notified immediately, right? The doctor's present, you know, he gets taken into whatever care is necessary. They have those facilities in the White House. So it's possible that they just didn't know. Like, they also were thinking, hey, where is he exactly? And they didn't want to be, you know, they didn't want to risk tweeting about it and inflaming attention when it's possible that it could actually turn, like they might break the messaging discipline. They would want to know what their marching orders are, you know? I'm almost certain of it. I think he had a health episode. Yeah, he did cancel an event on Friday, didn't he? There was something like a press event or whatever. Something got canceled. He is a lazy piece of shit, so that's also a factor. But again, radio silence for that many days. I think he had a health episode. God only knows what. I mean, we know the White House is lying to us about Trump's health. Remember when he had his physical and they were like, yeah, he's 6'3", 190 pounds, cock about 8.5 inches, 6.5 inches girth, uncut, meaty, shoots far, ropes go 6 to 7 feet on average, rippling musculature, 8-pack, well defined. Like, remember, we know that if he was having a health episode, they would lie to us. Like, we know that for a fact. JD Vance did say, well, he was asked about this, right? He did say that he would be willing to take over for Trump. Nothing could be better training than the past 200 days. That's what he said. But I think that was prompted. I don't think that was in response to anything, though it would have been pretty prescient if something had actually happened, you know? Built like an NFL quarterback. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Healthy as an ox. I don't think it's a clone. I think something more. Where's the Gojo fan artist? About to unzip Trump's pants and show you all a real Shibuya. I'm sorry. Does anyone care about JJK anymore? Did that just go away? Was it just Shibuya arc hype because of the animation and like now it's died down again? Does that show have a fan base outside of the hype and aura moment driven? Never mind. We're doing the politics, but I forgot. Maybe anime onlys. Yeah, but who reads the manga? No, I think he had a health scare. I think he had a health scare. I mean, listen. I think he had a health scare, and I think that everyone was 99% sure in the White House, 99% sure that he was fine. And they just didn't want to risk breaking message discipline if something had happened, you know? And honestly, like the video that's come out today isn't exactly convincing when it comes to dispelling the notion that he's had a health episode. Like, he's gone out for, just show the video, put the video in the bag. Put the vid. Oh, they really don't want to put the video in the bag. That's, it's just a slideshow. That's what this is, just a slideshow. Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. I'll find it. I don't care about the pace of the segment. I don't care. I'm not angry. I'm just trying to find. I'm having trouble finding it. Did he go to golf? Newsweek, take it away, please. This is what we have. We have Donald Trump looking like this. We have, I think, a scant bit of video footage and this. And honestly, I'm really not. Oh, thank God, Fox News has the 46-second video clip. Here we go. Here's our president. This is what we got. This is after days and days of not being in front of the camera, deafening silence on all fronts, weird silence from the people around him. This is what we have. This is what everyone is clinging on to. You know what I think the really telling thing is? The really, really, really telling bit of information? It's that even the non-White House affiliated right-wing Twitter accounts were staying quiet. Just regular right-wing YouTubers and shitposters. I think they were also nervous. Seriously, you can go check those accounts. Like, I feel like everyone was holding their breath, you know? They know that he could die at any time. He's a obese 80-year-old mentally deficient grandpa. Like, of course he could go at any time, you know? Obviously. Maybe it's conspiratorial, but his hand looks bad. Yeah, no, he's had this he's had this bruise in his hand for a while. He also got photographed wearing some really, really, really ugly concealer. Like somebody had just slapped some beige paint onto the back of his hand. This is because he's been getting a consistent IV drip. It looks pretty bad. It's pretty common for elderly, powerful people, politicians, whatever else, to frequently get IV infusions of whatever vitamins, minerals, or medicine they need. But if you're bruising this much and this consistently, it signals general bodily weakness, you know? It could be a number of things. And I'm not a doctor. Oh yeah, the concealer pick. That one was pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. Whoever applied this fucking hates his ass. It reminds me a little bit of when Elon Musk went out for that, was it Forbes business interview where part of his face was unshaven? And I was trying to explain to Chad how significant it is for a person to do this massive, to be globally viewed interview, and none of the people in the like pre-show were able to identify this or point it out to you, or you wouldn't let them. It's pretty significant, you know. Likewise, if you're the president, people look at you before you go out in front of the cameras, you know? You don't get to you don't just walk from your bedroom out to the press with no one interrupting you along the way. Maybe on blood thinners? Oh god, of course he's on blood thinners. Jesus Christ. At his weight, at his age, there's no way they're not worried about. There's no way he doesn't have some kind. Even healthy people at his age are usually on some kind of, like, they take a aspirin a day or whatever. Wow, fat phobia. You're right. I'm sorry. That was my bad. I'm gonna try to listen and learn and improve my conduct in the future, and I apologize for upsetting you. Yeah. Look, it could happen any day. It could happen any day. And when it does happen, it's going to be a great day for the posters. It will. Honestly, and I understand, like, you know, hope is a poison. You know, you don't want to overdose on it. It's like alcohol, right? A little bit is fun, too much, and it's a health problem. You don't get it too caught in your head, but like, it could happen. It could happen. Basically, everything has been set up for this. We know that he's mentally deficient. We know that he's obstinate and stubborn about his own care. We know that the people around him are anywhere from, like, sycophantically incompetent to just outright ignorant of what their responsibilities are. We know that they're, you know, his doctor lies to the public. We know that he has health issues that are significant enough that they can't be, you know, hidden from the public. It could happen. Or he could live to be 100. But man, when it does happen, oh boy, the posting. Oh, people are going to be so happy. They're going to be so happy. And you know, I don't even think there's going to be that much of a pushback from the right, because so much of the right's rhetorical weight is kind of built on cruelty and sneering at you from a position of power. You know, it's like they like to stomp, and the haha your guy died is just like it's an undefeatable retort, I feel. Vance doesn't have the sauce. No, Vance does not have the sauce. It doesn't matter how smart he is, and he's a midwit, you know. He's not stupid. 109 IQ, you know, likes r/history memes. Okay, we're not. It's nothing to speak of. You know, it has nothing to do with his intelligence or drive or anything like that. It just comes down to simple charisma and inertia. You know, the only people who actually glaze Vance are doing so through his adjacency to Trump, like a, you know, little boy who follows him around, Charlie energy, or those other weird midwit accounts on Twitter. You know, like the neo-Nazis who are insecure about the fact that they share every political position of the average, like, incest baby 65 IQ redneck hick, exactly like JD Vance does, by the way. So they dress it up with a bunch of midwit intellectual, you know, sounding bullshit. He does have some followers in tech in Silicon Valley. Oh yeah, the Peter Thiel types, or the Curtis Yarvin or whatever. Midwits. You've seen them talk to a camera? Look, Trump's power is his ability to hypnotize hundreds. Well, sorry, why did I say hundreds? I almost said hundreds of millions. That's overstating the case. Millions and millions of stupid, stupid fucking people. Okay. It doesn't matter if Vance has a couple of, billionaire midwit Silicon Valley types backing him. Trump's hypnosis is his power, right? It's what he represents, and Vance can never imitate that. He can never, ever, 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 ever imitate that. Apparently, one of the vids they posted proving he's alive is from 2023. I've seen people saying this, but I don't. That's just another video. Like we know that he's alive. It's if you're going to engage in conspiracism, do it with the he's a clone thing. At least that's fun. Just say he's a clone. Who cares? Would it actually be a good thing if Trump died? Yeah. You might actually get someone who does fascism competently. I've gone back and forth on this position before, but I think I've settled on this one, and I don't think I'm changing on it, okay? The myth of fascism being done competently is just that. It's a myth. In reality, targeted incompetence is how they run. It's the reason why Trump is better at interviews than J.D. Vance, even though he's much less coherent and worse at defending himself. It makes him better at the interview. The ability to just shamelessly, boldly, brashly step forward and do something fucking stupid is what gives him his power. Hello! Finally, she steps into the view of the camera. It's what gives him his power. I don't think that you could replicate that with some kind of conniving cabal of super intelligent fascists. I don't think that works, leaving aside the sort of natural enemy that fascists make of reality, and that makes it kind of difficult for them to be really intelligent. I think they'd be too self-conscious. I think they'd trip over themselves. I think the midwit fascist is apologetic of their behavior. They're insecure about the fact that they have to be anti-intellectual to succeed. So they're always trying to cover their ass by making up pseudo-intellectual explanations for the stupid fucking things they believe. But they know they're just excuses, and it causes this like loop of self-consciousness that makes them ineffectual. The idiot fascist, however, just blunders forward. And this is, by the way, more or less how Hitler was. Like, there were lots of people in the Weimar Republic, Weimar Germany, that were fascists, that weren't Hitler, probably much smarter people. Hitler was unusually brash. I think that was what ended up defining him. Yeah, for most of his time as leader, he was a drug addicted. Like, Hitler's cabinet was full of people more intelligent than him, but they could not have led Nazi Germany the way that he did, because they probably would have engaged in that same kind of self-doubt. Bold stupidity drives them forward, as it so often does in fascist regimes. And God, certainly in this one, this is like an especially stupid regime. There have been fascist regimes less stupid than this one, like probably quite a few. I feel like we're in the upper echelons. This is pretty bad. It's pretty stupid. Why DeSantis was such a joke? Yeah, they tried it with DeSantis. DeSantis is absolutely a fascist and is 100% willing to do as bad of or worse things than Trump if it means keeping power. But it didn't matter because he's not a brash idiot. He's this weird, like, self-emasculating, awkward blob man who, like, we made fun of him for this. He can't do it. He can't do it. How do you explain China's government then? You've called them competent evil in the past and also fascist. I think that there are elements of China's governance that are fascistic. There's a lot of stuff they do that's political and socially and economically that's fascistic. But I think that there's an overriding mentality of like disciplined state capitalism that's holding them together. It is possible that could collapse though. For example, an invasion of Taiwan would probably bring about social, political, and economic changes that would make it difficult to maintain that principled, state capitalist mentality, and you would end up descending into full fascism. Like, it's a precarious situation. China's enduring stability is kind of predicated on this like long-standing notion of Han supremacy and of national legacy, and those ideas, like any other, can be abandoned or changed in a way that makes it difficult to keep the whole thing going, Mm. Nice. I feel like I'm being charismatic today. I feel like I'm talking a bit above my pay grade a little bit. That feels nice. I got, you know, a decent amount of rest considering the fact that I was woken up by the sound of heavy construction equipment being used in my neighbor's place. Hold on, let me send that one to the editors. Here's Big Joel's video you wanted to watch. Oh, don't worry, I have it on a list. I'll take a look at it when I have the chance. I thought it might be fun, like a real whip back to the past, is to get the collectibles in Hollow Knight while watching PF Young's debate with Big Joel. Wouldn't that bring us back years? That would bring us way the fuck back. Are you kidding me? Hell yeah. It's been so long. That would make me happy. Taking it back to 2021, baby. Or 2020, you know, it's been a while. It's been a while. Been a little while. Fuck. My fucking mustache is out of balance. I need to trim my beard down now that I have my hair trimmed. Oh, I feel weird having not showered this morning. You know, you get used to doing something for more or less like 20 years straight. Even a tiny alteration feels unnatural. I ate not showering. Well, I did shower. I just didn't use shampoo. Oh, did I say didn't shower? I meant I did shower. I didn't use shampoo. I would never not shower in the morning. No, no, no. That's too locked in there. That's the reason why if there was ever a global apocalypse, I wouldn't make it. There's a lot of stuff I could manage. I could manage eating out of like canned food containers for the rest of my life. You know, I could I think I could learn to wipe my ass with a leaf. But the lack of a shower, I'd have to find a river. Well, thankfully I live in Seattle. We're actually quite close to a bunch of fresh water, flowing water sources, you know. So maybe I'll be fine. A leaf doesn't sound too bad. It really depends on the leaf, buddy. That really, really, really depends on the leaf, I feel. That's a leaf-dependent statement, okay? One wrong leaf and you'll want to die. Yeah. I think we should have more resilient buttholes, okay? I think that the intestine, the colon should start like a little further up. It's just a flaw in how we're designed, basically. Bottoms do? Fuck, you're right. Do you think a bottom could wipe with the wrong type of leaf and be fine? They would just tank it. They'd be like, I've been through worse. I'd be on 1 HP after 1. Today's bottom's not a chance. Oh, you think they make them worse these days? I don't know. I don't know about that, man. I don't know. I don't know. Did our ancestors wipe? It depends on how far back you go, right? Also, I think they probably didn't need to wipe as much. Like, the reason you guys have diarrhea 50% of the time is because of your abysmal diets. I have a feeling that if you're eating, like, nuts and berries and the occasional hunk of cooked deer, you're probably, like, in a gastrointestinal sense, as long as you're healthy and not sick, yeah, you're probably fine. Yeah, they ate a lot of roughage, you know? Herman no-wipe shits. We need to return. Oh yeah, also they would have squatted to poop. Isn't that a thing? Isn't it like bad for you to poop on a toilet? Like humans are supposed to poop by squatting down. Even our elderly. Isn't that weird? Like if there were like 70-year-old Greeks and they're like squatting to poop even though their knees hurt, that's just weird. You can squat on the toilet. Oh, okay, but you know what I mean, right? I squat on the toilet. Okay, listen. The toilet lid at the place that I'm at, the new place that I live now, is not great. I'll have to replace it. Okay, it's got the like plastic anchors so that if you shuffle, like if you shuffle on it a little bit, it kind of like wiggles. I don't know why the fuck they don't just have metal. You gotta replace it yourself? Yeah, I mean, a toilet seat's like $30. You just tighten it? No, the plastic anchors are too weak. Like shuffling in it like like slides it down it slides the washer down the bolt. Oh shit, it's really worn. Yeah, well, it's not. I mean, it was. Got to get a new one. Weak anchor or strong ass? Those plastic screws are awful. I legit don't know why those are used ever instead of metal ones. You could get some plumber's tape. Okay, well, also I want a better toilet seat. What about that, huh? What if I want a toilet seat that's got a little cushion? I think metal messes up the ceramic. Well, then use a rubber washer. Moroccan toilets. Yeah, this is crazy to me, but also, like, I kind of respect it. Also beautiful. I mean, it's to my Western eye, it's really weird. But if I step outside of that, it's pretty beautiful. Okay, I don't like the fact that the pedals, the foot grips are part of the porcelain bowl. Like I feel like I'd much rather step here on the tile than put my feet on like the designated shit foot pedal place. I don't know. I don't know if I'd enjoy that personally. The hole's very small. Well, presumably if you've been doing this your whole life, you're like really skilled, right? Like this is nothing to a guy like you. Where do you pee as you shit? If you're squatting to poop, you don't really pee. You pee separately. Because if you're squatting that much, wouldn't it not be as easy to pee? Maybe just with a dick. I don't know if you had like a pussy. I don't really know. You can't shit without peeing? For one, yeah, you can. And for two, I mean, if you're squatting all the way down like this. I guess you know what? I don't know. I've literally never peed while squatting like this. I've never tried to. I have never gone ass to grass and then started peeing. There's never been a point in my life where I've felt the need to do that. With a pussy, it's possible. Well, sure. I mean, yeah. Ain't it always like that? Misandry. Except they're making different people with different bits these days, I hear. Maybe it's not misandry. I don't know. Let historians figure it out. I feel strong pulses of Western chauvinism down my spine when I see those bathrooms. Do you think this is you experiencing like a pulse of that chauvinism that the Nazis get when they see like Africans eating with their hands? Like we eat hot dogs and chips and stuff, but they see like somebody pick up rice or whatever and they're like, "Oh, that's degenerate. That's like anti-civilization. That's animal behavior or whatever." But you're doing that right now. You're like, "No, real civilized people have to poop at a 90-degree angle, right? Like we need to sit with like our knees level." And you see them squatting like that, and you're like, well, yeah, like an animal. It's how dogs poop. They're just racist. Well, I'm calling you racist. Like, they probably make fun of us too, right? They're like, oh, these fucking Westoids need a goddamn throne to shit. You're telling me that they, like half of them have, digestive problems or hemorrhoids because they're forcing a shit out when you're not. Why can't they squat down? Because they're fat? Typical fat American, not even in good enough shape to squat to poop. They need a seat to help them out. Oh, it's like pool floaters for dumping your fucking colon load out into the goddamn hole in the ground. Oh, prissy little Westoid, sorry. Let me construct a $500 porcelain seat for you to help extract your... See, you can turn it around. You can turn it around. Vosh, we have the seats for babies and really old people. Yeah, but I guess like a Westoid has the sort of physical acumen of a baby or an old people. That's what you're saying, right? You're like, oh, okay, a toilet? No. We have those. We have them for infants and people so old that they can't bend their knees properly. Yeah, no. I know. I get that you're 22 years old and you use it and can't imagine life without it. But like for us, this is kind of a training wheels thing. No, I get it. I understand. Not joking when I say that the ability to do what I'm doing right now is like 90% of the sociological imagination. Not joking. People are like, what's the politics? This is the politics, okay? It's very important. You can't lose sight of that. Poo Talk wasn't in the thumbnail title? Yeah, well, you know, life comes at you fast. Much like shitting in a East Asian toilet where they just have to squat there for 2 minutes. Meanwhile, you spend 23 minutes on your phone. You know, you have to wipe forever because the way you're sitting presses your cheeks together. Just saying. That can be like a recurring stream bit, like all the Voshites shit in their yard, squatting down like a dog, for the health benefits. Dig a hole first. You really think the average Westoid can dig a hole? Maybe at the beach, when it's like the easiest thing in the world to do. But just like in their yard, I think they would consider this like an impossible task. Also having a yard in modern economy. Sniff, snuff. Ah, excuse me. Okay. I've got bad news. There actually was another like political thing I wanted to talk about. Um, remember how yesterday we talked about Taylor Lorenz dropping that Wired article about how there are a bunch of Democrat influencers that are receiving dark money from a group that's limiting what they can talk about? That actually really popped off. Not the video specifically, I mean the topic. Can somebody please find me an archive of that article again? The last time I asked for it, you popped it into my mouth like 2 seconds after, okay? No? Well, never mind then. I really do want that, though. Yeah, it's gotten this, like, wave of responses. Yesterday you didn't stream? Oh, yeah. We took a look at David Pacman's the other day, and I was really unconvinced. Yeah, the Wired article. You all remember? But, okay, so the allegation is essentially that there is a dark money group that has been funneling money into a bunch of like centrist, DNC friendly, independent online figures, right? And that in the contract that you sign with them that gets you the money, among other things, there's an expectation that this dark money group gets to make decisions about what kind of content you produce and what kinds of political figures you talk to. Like, you have to run interviews past them. And in response to this article coming out, a bunch of people have acted like really, really sus about it, you know? It's all basically followed the same template. This is Deepak, but there's a bunch like it, you know, where they all claim that the Wired hit piece has been debunked, like over and over again. They claim it's been debunked. I haven't seen anyone debunk it. I'm curious to see if there's anything more in the videos that I'm going to see, but so far I have not seen anyone debunk it. And they do the classic, like, you know, it's fake, let's move on, basically. Like, here's another one that's like that. Look at the similarity in the language here. After a recent Wired hit piece, now fully debunked, false claims started circulating. Sadly, some people chose to unsubscribe from my website membership, Substack, or unfollowed on YouTube. This outcome is exactly what the author was hoping for when they put out a misleading and inaccurate article. If you want to support what I do, consider subscribing. And then here's this other one. Because of a recent Wired hit piece that has now been debunked, misinformation spread like wildfire, and several people decided to unsubscribe from my Substack. This is what the author wanted despite publishing a false article. Please consider subscribing to support my work today. Same template. Little interesting. Yeah, the auto pen, the dreaded auto pen they're always talking about Democrats using. Seriously though, like a lot of people are giving these basic template response, and a lot of the more aggressively pro-DNC organizers, like the person who runs Project Liberal, I think they posted a meme where they said Taylor Lorenz was one of the like greatest assets of the right wing. Basically, it's looking like they got caught taking money from a shady dark money group, and they're being told through like an internal press release how to handle it. But let's take a look. Let's take a look, okay? There are a couple of like choice videos that I want to look at. Organizer memes, which has been fully on the like cope, nothing is wrong here, look away side. Highlighted this video, which is quite long, but we're going to look at it. Highlighted this video as a sterling example, like the best response they've seen to how Taylor Lorenz is lying and the article is wrong. So I want to take a look.
For being very critical of the Democratic Party. And hello, I am a leftist that is known for being very critical of the Democratic Party. And
Yay.
I'm a member of a training program called Chorus that teaches political content creators on the left how to grow their platforms and make content creation into a full-time job. I have a slew of...
Remember when we saw the Deepak video, he talked about this a bit as well, how the idea is you sign up and you receive money with this Chorus program. You get like influencer training, that sort of thing. But in addition, right, the thing that I care about, again, is not necessarily that they're getting money from a dark money group. I think you should disclose when you're receiving money for political purposes. I think most people would agree on this. I think it's good to do that. I think that, like, all of you guys would probably lose a lot of faith in me if it was broken that I receive a huge amount of money monthly from a political organizing group that has specific expectations as to what kind of content I should produce. Like, even if my position's already aligned with the positions of that group, at the very least, it's, you know, suspect. But it's not the money itself that I really take issue with. It's, to me, the fear that I have that this is an effort being made by a Democrat-aligned super PAC to basically try to take all of these independent Dem-aligned liberals online and prevent them from shifting away from the Democratic Party. The same way that their voter base is, for example. Like, the Democrats are really unpopular with their voter base right now. And it's not unlikely to me that some of their wealthier donors might be thinking, fuck, we can't have a bunch of people shift away from liberalism towards like critique of the Democratic Party, because if they do that, then there's no fucking way the interests of the donor class and the Democrats, which have long been prioritized, will continue to be prioritized. We need to find a way to like incentivize these independent content creators to keep on being, you know, stalwart allies. That's my fear. You ever been contacted by these types of groups? Like this, to my knowledge, no.
Receipts to explain why a very fear-mongering article that came out yesterday about how this program works is just very like inaccurate.
The sub was defending the Chorus dark money stuff and we're pretty nasty about Taylor Lorenz. Well, we'll deal with the subreddit soon, and part of my ongoing effort to kind of remodel the community a little bit and make it a bit more related to me. But my issue with Taylor Lorenz is that she's overexcitable, sometimes cringe, has at times demonstrated some poor journalistic ethical practices, and is annoying. But none of these are critiques of the article itself. The allegations in the article seem pretty straightforward. Also, I don't think Taylor Lorenz is like a bad person or anything. Who isn't annoying? I'm annoying.
And I think I'm a good person to talk about this because I've seen a lot of people afraid that this program is just a way for Democrats to pay people off to blindly defend Democrats on the internet. And I understand the fear because that would be diabolical if it was true. But this is a video of me like yelling at the DNC literally yesterday over their refusal to endorse an arms embargo against Israel. I am not one to hold back on criticizing the Democratic establishment. So I think I'm useful proof that that's not what this program's about. I do feel there's people in this cohort who shill a little bit too hard for the Democrats, but that's a them problem, not a this program problem. Without further ado, let's get into the claims of the article versus my receipts. Okay, so the first like main big scary thing that's written into this article is creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program or that Chorus existed. No. Here's a video of someone named Heidi who's in the cohort explaining what Chorus is and that she's joining it on November 20th, 2024. Here is the Chorus website that is public facing, anyone can see it, with literal pictures of creators that are in the cohort. In the contract I signed, there is some language that says, hey, please, like before you make a public statement about what Chorus is, just check with us. The reason for that is that, as the article states, there's over 90 influencers in the program, many of whom have very small accounts and joined the program to get like mentorship and happen to be immigrants or trans in a red state, right? And like already happen to be kind of in extra danger right now. And so the goal with the like, please check with us clause was to make sure that small creators who already had targets on their back weren't accidentally like featured on a huge page and then suddenly have an onslaught of threats from the right. Chorus has never been kept some.
That doesn't seem like a very compelling reason to me at all. Some people publicly partnering with Chorus, that's not quite the same as, like, look, a bunch of people were secretly on Chorus. Like, the reason we're having this conversation is because a bunch of people who were part of this program hadn't announced it. Is the argument then that people like David Pacman weren't supposed to announce they were part of Chorus? Brian Tyler Cohen? Like they were, you know, they're trans in a red state? I don't really buy this. They clearly were expecting some degree of secrecy. Otherwise, why the secrecy? Like, why? It's normal to disclose when you're receiving money as part of a political program. If the program has a front-facing website and it's known some creators are a part of it, that just makes it even more odd that people who were involved in it would be quiet about the nature of the program and the money that it pays out and what it entails, you know?
Nefarious secret, right? People have been talking about it. It was more just, hey, this is already an unsafe job for some people. Check with us in advance so you don't accidentally like add to someone's unsafety. Okay, number 2, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. No, again, I literally have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching.
Oh, okay. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy and nonprofit experts, and others whose expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. Contractor agrees to 1. Utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements. 2. Disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda, and that contractor arranges through other means. And then 3, something Chorus regarding all such something engagements. Again, Wired has access to these contracts. I'd like it if I could see them in their entirety.
Literally have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching out to the Zoran campaign to try to interview him, because Chorus does not control who I interview or what I post. I also sometimes test the comms directors directly of like Congress people that I want to interview, because usually the congressional offices will give out these little business cards. And this is not like specific to content creators. This is just like if you go to...
I mean, the reason I gave the Wired article so much credence to begin with is because it was making empirically provable or disprovable claims about the content of the article. Like, if they were just straight up lying about the contents of the of the contract, if they were just lying about the multiple like contracts that they had received, it seems like it'd be really, really, really easy to disprove that, you know? IMO, the trans/immigrant defense, is an obvious cynical attempt to deflect criticism. It does kind of sound that way, doesn't it? Yeah, the reason why a bunch of people were secretly on Chorus's payroll is because we were trying to protect trans immigrants in red state. Come on. Come on.
Try to talk to your senator. Their people will give you little business cards. Blurt out the name of the specific person because I feel awkward, but like anybody can get these business cards and then you can just text them. Chorus does not control that. I've done lots of congressional...
That doesn't really address the claim being made by the Wired article.
Interviews, and usually I just set them up myself. Here's the section of the contract, right, that confirms that. It says they want you to disclose to Chorus any engagement with government officials related to Chorus's policy agenda. That contract...
Okay, number 3, and collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such blank other engagements.
You to disclose to Chorus any engagement with government officials related to Chorus...
regarding all such separately arranged engagements, right? Like, the point number 3 that she's just barely covering with her head seems like it's saying that you're expected to coordinate with Chorus even when you're engaging with political officials outside of their newsroom program. that's running it by them. That's what the Wired article is saying, that you have to run these engagements by Chorus before having them. That's what the Wired article is saying.
Policy agenda, that contractor, that's me, I'm the contractor, arranges through other means, right? So if I just arrange it myself with a congressperson, I just let Chorus know so that they know that congressperson's open to booking and other people in Chorus can do it too.
That's what the Wired article is saying. That's what it's saying, that you're expected to coordinate with Chorus on that.
Evidently, I always forget to let Chorus know. Like, I don't think I've ever told them that before, but that's not what's important. What's important is that they're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself. And the fact that
if she could move her head just a little bit, I could see the full text.
That's not what's important.
3, collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagement, contract something, participates in newsroom opportunity. I want to know.
What's important is that they're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself. And the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but like, here it is.
Collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagements. Collaborate fully. Is that not that's what the article is saying? You're like, you're indignantly disproving the claim made in the article, but my understanding looking at this is that you're proving the claim made in the article. Contractor agrees to 1, utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements, 2, disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that contractor arranges with through other means. That's everyone, by the way. Like every political figure, government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. The policy agenda is political, right? Any political figure you bring on, you run it by them, and then collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagements. That's exactly what the Wired article was saying, wasn't it?
Clearly written that what you stated in your article was categorically false. Like, that is quite concerning about your journal.
I'm being gaslit. I'm being gaslit. Here's the article. I'm being girl bossed, gas kept, gate lighted. Here. But following the initial outrage, some creators expressed concern about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named. If I get Zaran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. That's exactly what was in the contract that she was just standing in front of. I gotta say, it really does make them look shady, doesn't it? Like, it's not helping.
Journalistic integrity. Like, I get that these contracts are long and confusing. That's why people have lawyers and managers to help them, but you don't write an article about it unless you understand what's going on. This whole article is just written like, you know, this group, they have money and so they control them. And it's just not like, no.
No, it made specific, fairly moderate claims that you're reinforcing.
That's not what's happening. If there is someone in this cohort that you are like, they are too much of a shill doing whatever the Democratic Party says, it's not this program that's the reason for that. I don't know how to put this nicely. It's either a personal moral failing by those people or it's a different contract they're under that says they can't criticize Dems, but it's not this one because I'm under this contract and you can catch me on the daily making fun of Andrew Cuomo, pissed at Cory Booker, calling for Chuck Schumer to lose his job. Take your pick. I have heard of contracts that exist that restrict what people can say bad about Democrats, but this is not one of them. This contract actually has no bearing on a single thing that we ever post, which brings me to my next section. The next part, and this is a really important part, I'm going to try to explain this as well as I can,
but it does. It just said that it does. You were in front of it, and it said that. It required you to loop them in. It said that in the contract. And we're only seeing the parts of the contract that you're showing to us.
feel free to comment questions, is that the contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures. What she's talking about, okay, a standard partnership disclosure is when you make a video in partnership with an org like the ACLU, and so then you put ACLU partner as a disclosure in your caption. There is very important context left out of this article of why the standard disclosures aren't the kind we use at Chorus, and that's because Chorus never pays us to make a video. The author of this article actually said that in a comment. You're correct that Chorus doesn't pay you to post specific content. Chorus is a training program where I learn things like what lights to buy if I want to film a YouTube video and what.
Come on. Yeah, man, they're putting out $8,000 a month. They're giving you money so you can take programs to make you a better content creator. Come on. Fucking thinks I was born yesterday. Yeah, those motherfuckers are generous. This must be how Kamala Harris ended up in debt after raising like $2 billion in a 3-month presidential campaign and then losing, you know? How the fuck are you in debt after that? Well, now we know. It's generosity like this.
Policy experts are saying about gerrymandering in Texas and National Guard in DC. So since Chorus is about like personal development and they're never paying you to make a video, of course you're not putting like Chorus partnership in your caption. That's not how that would work. So I don't fault anyone who read this sentence and was like,
that makes sense. But also, like, again, if you were part of a cool exclusive partner training program where you're getting paid, I feel like more people would disclose it. And the fact that so many people didn't is really telling. Because normally, if a person is offered money and sort of consultation and support through a program, that is something that one would expect them to disclose. I don't really like the dark money stuff, man. I think it should be out in the open. There should be left think tanks that just openly employ people. The right does that all the time. Who gives a... Make a big think tank or policy group or whatever the fuck, or PAC, and it's just like, yeah, we're out here supporting America's best, the independent creators that love America the most and want to support it, yeah, and then just publicly, yeah, here's our sponsor list or whatever, here's who we love. You missed out in 8K. You could have gotten advice telling you to put up a curtain for sound dampening. That's true. That's true. For all you guys know, I'm on the program, and the reason why I haven't been doing any segments on Israel for the past, like, year, it's not actually because my positions are extremely well known and it felt borderline nihilistic to continue. It's actually because I've been receiving a fat stack of cash every month for it, you know? But that's the thing with dark money. You wouldn't know, right?
That is so evil, because a lot of people who consume content don't necessarily know the way that the logistics of, like, you know, your partnership labels work. But I am frustrated at the author of this article for not adding like the relevant context here, because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact checked and contextualized. And
buddy,
this was like very misleading. And then I also highlighted this section. I accidentally talked about it already earlier in the video. The, you know, creators will not publicize the relationship with Chorus or tell others they're a member of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. This is the protecting small creators part, but also lots of things in contracts are written very strict in case of legal emergency. I've told plenty of people casually that I'm in Chorus, and Chorus does not care. They've expressly told us that that's fine. This is just for if someone does something like diabolically evil. And
but all this did still have to come out through investigative journalism. It's like totally cool if you disclose it, but you have to run it by them first, and a ton of people didn't. And now everyone's scrambling with like very similar sounding defenses of themselves to you know, act as though it all didn't happen.
then Chorus has to sue them, and they can just be like, girl, the contract. Like, it makes it easier in court. They don't really care about it otherwise. It's not top secret. If you want more examples of people who've publicly talked about Chorus for a while, I'm happy to provide them. Feel free to comment. I just used Heidi's example because I think it's just very obvious. Okay, I have two more things to address in this video, and then feel free to comment if you have more things you want me to explain. But the first is, we've talked a lot about what Chorus is not, because that article led people to believe that it was this, plot by the DNC to be able to just pay people off to blindly obey them. Now that that's...
Is there any evidence so far they're doing anything to dissuade people from opposing Israel? Well, the contracts that they signed explicitly said that, like, you're expected to fall in line with a certain set of policy positions. Sorry, I'm using overly narrative language. That it is expected that you stay in line with their progressive agenda. She hasn't said anything to debunk that, and frankly, she's been openly lying about the stuff she has been covering, so even if she did, I wouldn't really believe it unless I saw the entire contract and read it through. My guess is that this is an effort to try to, like, rope a bunch of independent creators in and get them dependent on the income that they get from the contract, so that over time down the line, Chorus can exert a little bit more control, a bit more editorial control over what they can and can't say. It's a really, really common tactic, right, for buying out opposition. You start by getting them a little bit hooked, a little bit dependent. You know, maybe a lot of these smaller content creators, for them, you know, even like $1,000 a month is a huge deal, right? It's the difference between like shopping for discounted food at the cheapo grocery store and being able to get some like nicer stuff, you know? And then one day the press release from within Chorus comes out and it says like, hey, listen, we want to focus on these principles and these priorities. So we would appreciate it if you would deprioritize talking about these subjects. This is the problem with dark money, man. When the contracts are all secret and everyone's hiding what they're getting, and then you also have like a pre-existing bias towards DNC affiliate positions, because again, that's where the money's coming from, right? A DNC affiliate super PAC. There's a huge risk for that kind of public control. We don't know all the details of what they were told. We don't know how many times people in this program were discouraged from saying what, or told to say what, you know? But it's worth considering how dishonest and panicked the response has been to this being outed. It really doesn't give this program a great air of like authenticity and independence.
That's been debunked. Let's talk about what Chorus actually is. I have my Google Calendar for the week here to explain. Every morning we start off with a news update meeting. Okay, we meet for 15 minutes. I wake up and I'm immediately just told what the news of the day is, and we all get a chance to ask like questions if we want to know how a specific lawsuit is developing or what is
interesting. So you get your news from them.
Trump expected to do next with the National Guard, right? We're just making sure we're all the most informed. These are very brief. Sometimes they're 5 minutes.
Dems are in a lose-lose here. This is only a scandal because Taylor Lorenz framed it that way. No, it's a dark money super PAC funneling money to people under shady circumstances with the expectation of some degree of political compliance. The contract explicitly says you have to start making parts of your content subordinate to the program. Like, it is a scandal. Guys, I want more money to circulate in independent left sources. I just don't want it to be like shady DNC dark money from people who, in my opinion, down the line, will try to shift people away from talking about Israel. You know? Like, again, this is a DNC affiliate super PAC. These are not progressives. This is a project being fielded by mega donors that run a super PAC. Like, do not get it twisted.
Then 3 times a week in the afternoon, we have a more like specific training. On Mondays, we have technical trainings. That's where we learn about a specific platform. So like someone will come and explain how you start a Substack or how you start YouTube long form. On Wednesdays, we have advocacy training, which is where we hear from an expert in a specific policy field. So recently it's been a lot of people who work in like immigration explaining ICE or explaining the logistics of the National Guard, that kind of thing. And then Fridays are a little bit more flexible and they're optional. I haven't gone to them, so I like won't speak on it. And that is the weekly schedule. And the whole point of it is that
I'm sure you can all see how this kind of comes across. Like, at the very least, it has the potential to be Democrat-aligned media training. It's not just about supporting people who are already producing content. It absolutely shapes the content, which is the concern.
You're like developing your channel over the course of 6 months so that hopefully by the end of it, you can be your own self-sufficient full-time content creator. Because people who work in politics on social media often have a hard time getting funding. Like, it's hard to make it your job. Okay. But the right does a really good job of making it people's jobs, such that the political right actually pushes out 500 times as much content as the political left. That's an actual statistic every single day. They're outperforming us in volume incredibly because they just make sure that people can do it as a job. That's what this program is trying to accomplish, to counter like the manosphere.
Okay. The problem is that we have a higher burden of evidence and moral righteousness we have to adhere to. The reason they do that is because all of them are shills who lie shamelessly and toe the party line and just get their talking points and marching orders from like central sources. Those right-wing YouTubers or whatever are all in group chats where they literally like coordinate, oh, here's what we're going to ramble about or whatever. They might not say it that explicitly, but like there's not a lot of integrity over there. And I think the problem is that like by trying to model that approach, and you're already starting on bad footing with the whole like dark money thing, with the whole DNC boot camp thing is that the goal might just be to produce or at least shape a bunch of thoughtless pro-DNC influencers. Maybe not today, maybe 6 months from now or a year from now, you know? It wouldn't be a very successful propaganda program if the prerequisite for joining up was that you already had to be the kind of person who would agree to be a DNC shill.
Last thing I want to talk about is my belief that the election funding system in this country is like fundamentally broken. And I want to talk a little bit about the logistics of dark money because it's not really explained in this article. Dark money is when someone does fundraising for the purpose of influencing elections, right? Like giving it to a campaign through nonprofit organizations so that they don't have to disclose the identity of the original donor. So for example, right, we all know that Donald Trump is helping the Cuomo campaign in New York. Now that's embarrassing for Andrew Cuomo is the problem. So if Trump wants to give money to the Cuomo campaign, but doesn't want anyone to know it was him, he can give it to a dark money organization that again gives it to Cuomo and nobody can trace it back to Donald Trump. I don't like that system. And to be clear, most Americans don't, like, except for the billionaires, we're pretty much all Republican and Democrat, like on the same page that that system is really bad. So
it's money going from a super PAC to a political program that is silently funding quote unquote independent creators without disclosure, without expectation of disclosure, and providing what could be, I think, considered like political instruction. Doesn't that count?
I was excited to join this incubator program at Chorus for a while. It was the first of its kind on the left. I felt like it was really important for me as a leftist to be there. I mean, this way I can encourage people to be more critical of Israel, encouraging them to push their representatives a little bit harder. To me personally, I find
this sounds like overcompensating to me a little bit. Like, guys, I'm still on the left. I don't know this woman. Maybe you are on the left. That's fine. But people defend themselves when pushed into a corner. You're defending yourself right now. I understand. Okay, I know you've been critical of Israel. I know that. I know that about you. You've been critical of Biden and so on. I understand. But the criticisms of the program remain.
it important to be in rooms with people who are
like, this is, by the way, what we're looking at is basically a best case scenario for the most sinister version of Chorus, right? We're looking at a leftist who maybe, I'm suggesting a narrative. I don't know if it's true. Maybe this is a leftist who was initially very antagonistic towards the DNC, but was willing and amenable to join this secretive Chorus program because they wanted the money and they thought they could benefit from the political instruction. Now, after some length of time, they're in a position where they're willing to, and I will say this definitely, lie to defend the program. A program funded by DNC super donors, by a PAC. So if the goal is to take leftists and mold them into something a little more compliant, a cynic might say, this is still a success story. Even if she's being critical of Israel or whatever, you know? You've still successfully moved a person closer to a position or set of positions that's amenable to that group of people. Just my guess, just my suggestions. I don't know. That's my concern.
Less critical of the system than I am, because I have the hope of like nudging these people into more strong advocacy. And that's not always going to work, but sometimes it does. And so when the leaders of Chorus came to us and they were like, we're finally launching the program, we finally found someone to fund this, it's the 1630 fund. I was like, right, okay, not the biggest fan of their other work. Let me think on this. And obviously I ended up joining, but it was not without serious deliberation with my friends and my family and my management and the people who run Chorus. And ultimately, like, I want to sort of lay out for you who may be curious what my thought process looked like. I decided that my distaste for the fact that the 1630 fund funds some, you know, congressional Democrat campaigns with methods that I don't like was outweighed by the potential benefit of a separate program where they have no control over what I say, where I'd be a leftist voice in a first of its kind incubator program for 90 people to combat the manosphere. I was like, you know what?
I feel like I'm being sold a pitch. Yeah, I feel like we've gotten everything we can from this one. Yeah, I'm being sold a pitch right now. Here, let me in so many words, we know she's been dishonest towards the beginning, but now it's like, in so many words, let me explain to you how the dark money DNC affiliated super PAC that's backing the program and the specific ways in which they have control over my content have no bearing whatsoever on my authenticity as a leftist. But also don't look into why nobody disclosed the money they were getting. Ugh. That's not the only one we're looking at. Here's another one.
Because it's just sort of
That's
frustrating. Taylor. Everyone is willing to just believe lies.
The article that Taylor Lorenz wrote about me and a number of
Here's an arch DNC shill. She met with Biden, actually met with Biden alongside Pac-Man during one of Biden's very few sort of like tennis balls being tossed in the direction of the independent online left, you know. See, she is a huge lid, no pun intended.
other content creators who are part of the chorus cohort is filled with factual inaccuracies. First and foremost, we are not paid to make content. We are not paid by the Democratic Party. Chorus does not.
No, you're paid by a program funded by a Democrat-affiliated super PAC, which is how this always works, right? And you're not paid to make content. You're paid to be a content creator affiliated with the program, but you're not paid for specific videos.
Not have any creative control over any of the content that I make, over any of the people that I talk to, and they have never and will never tell me what I can or cannot say. The contract that we sign does not pay us for content. It is the same as somebody giving seed money to a small business to build their infrastructure so that that business can go on to be self-sustaining. And
okay. But when seed money is given, or an investment, if you prefer, investments pay interest. That's the point of an investment. If you offer seed money, like, the idea is that it gets paid back. So how are you paying them back is the question. Like, unless you're sincerely arguing this is being done out of the, like, magnanimous tendency of a super PAC, you know? Like, why would you make that comparison?
In the future. That is effectively what Chorus is. It offers small creators and content creators technical trainings and operational guidance on how to build their own long-term self-sustainable platform.
We pay you to teach you how to set up a ring light. Okay.
If you want to get into the weeds about all of those things, you can go watch the videos that were posted by Elizabeth Booker Houston and Ali O'Brien. By the way, two people
We just saw the Ali O'Brien one, didn't we?
who are part of this cohort who have been consistently critical of the Democratic Party since all of this started, which debunks the other claim you have, which is that we have to be nice and uncritical of the Democratic Party.
That wasn't a claim the Wired article made. That she's just making that up. The Wired article didn't claim that. I think there's the potential for that kind of impropriety, but the article didn't make the claim that it was like a condition of being paid that you had to be a DNC shill. Certainly it's a, you know, there are pressures exerted in that direction, but
It might be easy to convince people on the
I gotta say, it really doesn't make them look good that all of them have gotten this defensive, you know? Like, it's I'm trying to think, like, how would I respond if I was in their position? Like, maybe, and I'm trying to construct this in a way that I think I could do it, like, I could imagine myself in that position. I think I could imagine this. I would say, like, there's a content creator program that was pitched to me that was meant to help left-leaning people, and I was like, oh, sure, why not? You know, I'll give it a shot. And they were like, yeah, we're willing to pay you, too. Like, we want to support left content online. I'm like, okay. And I don't really think that much about where the money comes from. And see, because here's where it breaks down, because I would always mention it to stream. At least I think so. I can't imagine what would have to be told to me to not mention that I'm getting money. And then also the program is like exerting pressure in a particular direction by encouraging classes where I listen to. I can't imagine myself doing that. But if I did do that and it came out and my intentions were pure, which is possible, you know what I think I would do? You know what my, like, ukulele apology video would be? I think I would say, fuck, you're right. Yeah, no, that is dark money. I'm sorry. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it. I was thinking about the good, and I was thinking about it, and my opinions were colored by the fact that it was convenient to me, but it never really occurred to me how potentially sinister something like that could be. Like, I think I would have to own up to that, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Like, if I was in that position, I think I would have to own up to that. I might even defend the program, like its intentions, but with that element, I think I would have to be conciliatory. But that's not the tone I'm seeing from these people.
Outside and to convince other creators that the things that you're saying about 1630 and about Omidyar and about journalism are all true. But unlike a lot of other creators and people on the outside, I have experience in the nonprofit world, the nonprofit compliance world, and in journalism, which is why
This is a lot of like unearned snark, I have to say. Like, this is an inappropriate tone to take when you've been outed in the fashion that you've been outed. You know what I mean? Like, you're talking like you're on the offense, which is not the situation you're in.
I am absolutely dumbfounded that your article was even published in the first place.
Still hasn't listed a single thing wrong about it, by the way.
When you submit a piece of content or a piece of writing to someone in an editorial manner, they go through a rigorous fact-checking process. So the fact that your article, which was...
Unfortunately, there's no money on the left, so how would you even combat the immense online right-wing influence without big money from corporations like the DNC? For one, make the money public. It doesn't have to be secret. Just offer the money freely, or have grants. Literally, just do a grant program. Like, this year, we're handing out $2 million to fresh-faced, enterprising young creators who are interested in defending American democracy. That's one. Two, make your reps much more open to a comment and engagement and interview by online left-leaning creators. There are some Republican congressmen who are really easy to get a hold of for right-leaning media, but it's like Ro Khanna, AOC, there are only a couple who are easy to get a hold of on the Democrats, and they're usually relatively left-leaning. Like, a lot of Democrats just aren't really interested in engaging with that. You can talk about, like, better media engagement or synthesis. Like, why the fuck are so many, like, Democrat news breaks exclusively pitched to shit like CBS? Who fucking cares, you know? Try to develop a more robust relationship the way the right has. The right has developed such a robust relationship with its online grifter community that Carolyn Levitt literally has done like separate White House press briefings exclusively to online right-wing grifters, like Tim Pool types. They're allowed in the fucking White House. They got to sit there in the press room of the White House and ask stupid questions of the goddamn press secretary. Like, there is a lot the Democrats could do to embolden that, but the problem is that every single method that I have just suggested would only further highlight the fact that Democrat voters and online Democrat content creators are both really upset with the party right now. They don't want to be interviewed because they know we're going to ask about Israel. They don't want to hand money out to people who are going to take that money and say, thanks, Democrats, you fucking suck. Because you know what? They do. Republicans suck, but at least they give their constituency what they want. Democrats don't. And that's the reason why they don't want to do that engagement. They want to do all of their press releases with dispassionate news people who can just be bantied about with as though they're all part of the same social caste, which to an extent they are. They don't want to banter about with somebody who would be actually outraged at their failure to do anything about the GOP, because that would look really bad for them. Sorry.
Riddled with factual inaccuracies was published in the first place is mind-boggling to me. And you're all
okay, she's actually not saying anything. She's not even explaining like what's wrong with the article. Like, at least the previous person we looked at was talking about, I mean, she was being dishonest, but at least she was talking about it. Okay, here's the final boss. We'll only do the one more, I think, probably. Brian Tyler Cohen, one of the co-founders of the program, you know, the big boy. Let's hear it. I haven't seen this one. I have no idea what's in it. I can take a guess, though.
At the risk of giving an internet troll more attention, I want to...
Really? Jesus, that's how defensive we're starting off? Taylor Lorenz internet troll? That's really like a fair characterization? Fuck, I mean, I'm blocked by her on my alt. It's not like I haven't been mean to her, but Jesus Christ.
Address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing in this.
I'm being real, by the way. When this story first broke, my thought was, oh, that was irresponsible for these creators to not disclose it. Now that I've seen how every single one of them has reacted, like dishonesty and defensiveness, now it's making me think if you were on that program, mentally, like, you're blacklisted to me. Like you are in a category of people that I can't trust at all now. Entirely because I'm sure there are some people that were on the group of 90 who are fine, but like every response that comes out from it is so aggressively defensive and dishonest. It makes me think like, no, the only people the chorus program were going out for were these like self-interested jackals who really would just adopt whatever talking points necessary to defend the hive, you know?
Statement is true. The article is about Chorus, which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what Chorus is. It is a scholarship program to teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news.
We're going to get a pitch, I assume. We're going to get a pitch because he's one of the co-founders, especially. What's surprising about them being defensive? Because I genuinely think that, like, if they cared about the things they pretend to care about, they would be more conciliatory about the secretive nature of the organization. Like, these are people who have been criticizing the right relentlessly for years about the dark money. Remember the was it Tencent scandal, where like a Russian company was funneling hundreds of thousands of dollars into a couple right-wing influencers? Like, that was also secretive. They were also not disclosing that. Like, Tenet, thank you. It's the exact same thing, right? And Tim Pool also claims he wasn't being told what to say. Like, it's the, yeah, Tencent's the other thing. Sorry. You know what I'm talking about? Now, I don't, obviously, in terms of severity, I don't think this is as bad as the Tenet Media thing. Like, we're not, you know, it's not that bad in terms of how, like, morally compromised it is. But just no conciliatory, like, Jesus, why couldn't you just fucking disclose it? Why couldn't just everyone say, like, I'm a part, why couldn't it all be super out in the open? Why was it a surprise? Why did an article have to be written about it? Shouldn't people have the right to make these decisions themselves? Why does Taylor Lorenz and the people who worked on the article, why do they have to go out and disclose it? Shouldn't you be able to just say it openly and let people decide how they feel about it? If you said it openly and people are like, sounds like you're grooming people into being DNC shills, then just own that and argue against it. Say, no, here are people on the payroll or whatever who aren't acting that way. Like, these people are critical of Israel. Who is hiding it? Shahrazadian, you have to read the article. This was investigative journalism. They broke the story. It wasn't known. Like, the nature of this program wasn't known. The people who were on it, what was happening with it. There were elements of it that were known, like the fact that the chorus program existed broadly, but a bunch of details. What is this whole drama about, if not the release of information that must have, up until that point, been kept secretive?
The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's...
I don't like that argument. As I've outlined before, I think there are ways that you can empower and improve and fund the online left without doing sneaky bullshit like this. And listen, this to me is an actual race to the bottom. Unlike rhetoric you use against the right, or like, you know, redistricting to get more blue seats or whatever, this right here is actually dangerous. But he would disagree because he's on the side of the people who it would benefit. DNC donors. Brian Tyler Cohen's no radical progressive. Of course he's fine with it. Because to him, the threat that people might be groomed into being more pro-establishment DNC, it's not a threat. It's a hope. Like, he wouldn't have an issue with that. I do. I think that our only hope forward as a country is for the DNC to be shaken awake, for it to be changed in some way that allows it to stand even a chance of fixing the fucking death spiral that we're in right now. But the donors for the DNC don't want that, because invariably this process would probably involve raising taxes. There's just no way around it. There's no way around it.
Talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, does not control who they talk to or work with, and there is...
Control is a vague word. We've seen what the contract stipulates in this field. We're kind of relying on the ambiguity of these terms, right?
Absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full.
I think that's a lie. I think that's just a straight out lie. Requesting that people who sign the contract run all political or like political related figures by Chorus before speaking with them, like that's just a lie.
Stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say.
machinima? That happens all the time. All the time. If you offer them money, it's money. You're offering them money. And also help. It doesn't say run it by them, like asking for permission. It says they have to disclose it to them. It's not just about disclosure, though. And for one, even disclosure on its own is something. Like, if you disclose something they don't like, what happens? But also, it wasn't just about disclosure. It was about, like, the expectation that they can be used for the future in that program. Like, there was soft power being exerted here. I don't understand what the point is in denying it. It's obviously there.
That's not what this program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example, we've got trainings on...
What about the when you have policy experts go on and talk with you? Remember, the First Lady talked about that. Like, here's a policy expert. What about the 15-minute segment at the beginning where they're given, like, the news of the day? It's not difficult to imagine that those kinds of programs could very easily shape the priorities, biases, and, you know, content of a influencer, right?
How to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are zero restrictions.
Also, again, then why are you paying them? And also, why an ongoing program? Like, you really need to offer David Pacman $8,000 a month and also keep him in for, like, weekly meetings to help him grow his audience? What are we talking about here? The fact that David Pacman is even on this program on its own debunks the idea that this is entirely about giving creators the ability to optimize their content. David Pacman is enormous. He's a huge, huge channel. He's clearly very good at running his channel. Ridiculous.
On their content. And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it a secret...
To be fair, Pacman talked about it as though he'd be a mentor for the smaller creators in the program. Yeah, but you'll notice that Brian over here isn't mentioning that. Oh, yeah, don't worry. We have some people on payroll, people like David Pacman, known apolitical figure, who will instruct smaller creators. Do you think there's a potential for political bias in there? That's not exactly just like a course on maximizing audience retention, is it? What do you think David Pacman's going in there to talk about? How he sets up his ring lights? What camera settings he uses? Come on. Let's, like... All I'm asking is that we not be children when we talk about, like, what this all means, okay?
There is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free to talk about Chorus. And we immediately followed up to confirm that in writing. Creators have...
And yet, contracts found by the Wired seem to disagree, and I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary, I suppose. Devil's proof. And, additionally, it sure seemed like people were being quiet about it. I mean, I definitely didn't see a bunch of, like, Chorus payment disclosures going out beforehand.
Videos about Chorus. They've got donation links to Chorus in their bios. I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds of thousands of people. It is not a secret, and it never was.
But Chorus being publicly known isn't the same as a person's individual status of being paid by Chorus is known, right? That's the dark money accusation. Like, super PACs can provide dark money to candidates, but you would not defend against that argument by saying that the existence of the super PAC is known. Oh, it can't be like this right-leaning super PAC. That's not dark money, because we all know that super PAC exists. Okay, but we don't know where all the money's going, which is why it's dark money. You understand? See, again, like, stuff like this should be 101 to somebody like Brian, okay? He's been immersed in politics for longer than I have. Like, all of this should be, if it was a right-leaning figure engaging in this kind of impropriety, I think that he would call it out and identify it. I think it's pure in-group bias to pretend at this, you know?
There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC, or the Democratic Party. We have literally nothing to do with the DNC. I spend 0 minutes of my day thinking about the DNC.
funded by a DNC-aligned super PAC, a very large and wealthy one, whose money is provided by mega donors, is the preferred term, not super donors, who themselves regularly meet with Democratic influencers. Are we really doing this? Are we pretending super PACs aren't affiliated with the parties that they support? Are we really doing this? Like, come on.
The creators do not toe any party line. How could we? There isn't a party line. Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And
yes, I'm sure there's nothing in the contract that explicitly says you have to be a DNC shill. We're mostly talking about the secrecy and the exertion of soft power here, which I notice none of these people are talking about. None of these people are talking about or acknowledging the potential risk of soft influence, getting a person hooked on the money that they get from the program, or just the support, the resources, the community, and then trying to cultivate their mindset by subjecting them to the bombardment of liberal bullshit in these programs, these soft expectations. Like, none of them are acknowledging it. I feel like they would if this was being done by a different group.
frankly, course creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck, and quite often, they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is APAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to guess that most course creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of.
But Taylor Lorenz being a part of that program is publicly known, isn't it? That means it's not dark money. The problem isn't that it's super PAC money, which is how all money circulates in politics these days. It's that it's being done secretly. Taylor Lorenz, yeah, disclosed it. If Taylor Lorenz was being secretly funded by a PAC-backed program and didn't disclose that fact, and then it was revealed suddenly that she was receiving $8,000 a month for a politically affiliated program funded by people with political interests, unless we're going to pretend super PACs don't have those, you would probably call it out.
And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month.
That's great. I have no problems at all with people making money on the internet doing politics stuff. See, doesn't this come across as like really dishonest? Like him pretending that the problem is that they're giving people money and not the secrecy of the giving the people the money, right?
So she's criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money from.
See, this is like really, like this is knowing dishonesty. That's not naivete. This is a knowing lie. Brian's not stupid. This is a conscious choice to lie, which is like, damn. I hope some of the other people on this program are looking at this unfold and thinking like, damn, what have I aligned myself with, you know? This, from my perspective, this is like a desperate gasp to try to exert more control over an online left space that is increasingly fracturing with the Democrats. If you went back to the Obama years, or hell, even the first Trump term or early Biden, there were a lot of online left liberals or even progressives who were still kind of on board with the Democrats, you know, like they would engage with, and, you know, like lefties have always been critical of Democrats, but you know what I mean. Now that base of support has withered considerably, you know? It's really, really difficult to produce content online these days that's DNC aligned because they're so unpopular. Like, it's bad just for business reasons, let alone like the actual legitimate criticisms. It just comes across as really manipulative.
I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else.
Fuck, man. Seriously? What a low IQ misdirection. Come on. That one right there is bad enough that I feel like it would play poorly even with like his audience, like people who are already favorable to him. That's really dishonest.
The monthly stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this work full time. We've had numerous creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full time. That
Interesting. Sounds like they're really dependent on your program and the money it provides.
is what we want. I'm really proud that we can give creators that security for as long as they're in the program.
Ooh. Oh, see?
We want people to create pro-democracy content full-time, and we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent and their bills while doing it.
Kind of reinforces the potential for impropriety a little bit, doesn't it? If you think about it.
If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the next cohort, we would love for you to apply. That's our whole goal. It's to build up an army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issue.
Will their applications be publicly known, or will there have to be a follow-up from Taylor Lorenz to find out who accepts it?
Issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible. I should note that while I started this program, I have never and will never get paid. I do this 100% as a volunteer. I have never earned a dime from Chorus, and I never will. I want every dollar that we raise to go to creators so that they can do
Okay. Every dollar that we raise, your funder is a super PAC. Like, I understand you receive donations as well, but I think using the term raise here implies a level of grassroots community engagement that might not be representative of where your financing comes from. Also, the fact that you don't take money is about as impressive to me as the fact that Trump donates his presidential salary. Like, you're very successful. I wouldn't expect you to make money off this program. That's not the criticism.
this important work without spending 8 hours a day working at some different job. I've been saying for years that the left needs to build up its creator space. That has never been more true than it is right now.
Can we do it transparently? Especially if we're going to do it with super PAC money that's already affiliated with the DNC. Can we do it transparently?
Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The left is a decade behind right now. We desperately need incubators teaching and amplifying new content creators, and not just Chorus, by the way. There are other programs in this space doing the same thing. I want all of them to succeed. We need all of them to succeed. There are people like Taylor Lorenz who are desperate to tear the left apart, and
again, stuff like this, even if you disagreed with what Taylor Lorenz was stating in that article, most of which was just basic investigative, like just factual descriptions of the contents of the contracts, the fact that they're giving no credence to the legitimate questions raised, no like sit down, hey, I understand how some people might be concerned that there could be a soft bias or like a soft influence here. No mention of that from any of these people. Just raw gaslighting and defensiveness. Really, really, really disgusting stuff. I didn't know Brian was this bad, honestly. I've felt that way about Pacman for a long time, ever since I raised $250,000 for the PCRF to help children in Palestine affected by, you know, Israeli bombs, and he suggested that the money might be going to Hamas. Ever since that pretty much locked my perception of the man in. But I guess I didn't realize Brian was like that as well. It's like a lot of people, I guess, are in this category.
in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenz because I know that she actually believes what she says.
Totally
Do you get what I'm
agree.
saying?
So yeah,
Great argument. You think you might be like overcompensating a little bit here? Like you might even lead your own fans to be critical of you? Like you're not a Fox News host. Your fans are, at least to some extent, trained to recognize empirical reality. I feel like a lot of them might be keyed in on this. Taylor Lorenz isn't a evil ghoul, like an easy cheap shot target. She's been in the space and she's known and she's done work, and people have a variety of opinions, but like this is such a insane level of vitriol over and again, remember, the argument they're making is that there was nothing secret here. Then why the fuck are you acting this way when it all came out? Nothing secret here, then why didn't you look at the article and go like, oh yeah, obviously. You didn't know?
Generally don't align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
Jesus Christ. Well, we know what they have to do now. Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens have to that we need one clip from them of them saying they like Brian Taylor Cohen, and then his career was done. He's so catty. He's so fucking, yeah, he's so disingenuous, dude. I hate that fucking argument. It's not an argument. Like, he knows he's lying.
I continue to believe that the left needs massive investments into the independent media.
Oh, and by the way, I hope this whole thing has reminded you guys, given how much the Republicans have been fucking our lives up lately, I feel like the perspective might have gotten a bit skewed. This is the liberal side. This is what they are. This is what they represent. These are big creators. There's a lot of money and power here. Not as much as the Republican White House, but this is what I'm talking about. I do not think the average liberal voter or liberal American or whatever is like this, but I think that the closer you get to the top, associated with the DNC or whatever, the more the moneyed interests start to influence you, the more likely it is you turn into this. This is really disgusting stuff, and I think it's really validated a lot of what Taylor Lorenz has said. Again, Taylor Lorenz's article on my own induced primarily skepticism and curiosity. After watching these, I'm radicalized. And some people are going to say, well, he was always going to feel that way, and I can't convince them otherwise, right? Like, I'm putting on a pretense or something. But genuinely, like, I really didn't have any specific bias against that lady at the beginning of this, or Brian here, you know? They earned it.
Space. I'm really proud of the program that we've built. I'm really proud that we've allowed creators to do this work full time. I'm really proud of the independence that they have to say whatever they want to say in whatever way they want to say it. I'm really proud that our creators are seeing their channels and their pages grow. My goal is to see an army emerge from the left to take on what's happening on the right. Taylor Lorenz and Republicans don't want to see it, but we do. If
Taylor Lorenz and Republicans, this is just MAGA language, man. This is just like, ignore all nuance, gaslight, misdirect, move off the topic, don't address the subtler nuances, engage in us versus them language, oorah, oorah. It is literally blue MAGA behavior. Libs think we're stupid. Libs think their audiences are stupid, or at least Brian does. He's not talking to us. Not that I have any sympathy for Taylor Lorenz, but we didn't put any restrictions on what they could say as kind of a cop-out answer. That's how soft power works. I don't know what that means, but we literally don't put any restrictions on what people can say. Does Brian not know what soft power is? Wait, does he actually not know what soft... That's a very revealing thing to say. Does he know? Soft power isn't about explicitly restricting people? Why would he say this? Why wouldn't he just ignore the comment? This is kind of a lose-lose. Well, that's crazy. I don't know what to say. This is actually a lot worse than I thought it would be. You know, I'm really surprised. Oh. I don't know. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Wonder how Taylor's doing through all this. She's probably getting a fuck ton of harassment because I only talked about a few people or their responses, you know. There are a ton of people going after Taylor Lorenz. She posted a great video. Did she? Trying to look. Looking for a video. Taylor Lorenz posts a lot, unfortunately, so scrolling through a lot here. Still scrolling. Did Taylor Lorenz perchance post it on Twitter or on a website that I don't use? Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. It's on our YouTube page. YouTube? Who uses that site? Ugh. Honestly. The 48-minute one is what you're talking about. No, I won't actually be watching that. That's fine though. Thank you. No, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. Well, I was actually planning on ending stream now, but you know, I am still kind of curious about that Big Joel debate. So I was thinking maybe I just play some Hollow Knight. I can play some Hollow Knight while we have it up in the corner, or maybe like down in the corner. Kowalski, I actually am very happy to hear that. Yeah. Papanada. I love multitasking. Okay. You all need to understand the assignment. I'm going to be running around Hollow Nest, finishing everything that I can in preparation for Nightmare King and for Godholm. So I need all of the mask and soul upgrades, and I want the final 2 pieces of the Paelor. Like, you need to help me with that. As long as there are people in chat willing to burden themselves with being my, like, you know, delegated map scrub, it should all work out just fine. I want to know about the War with Iran part. It's probably fine. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Bapanada. Does my computer want to respond? There we go. It didn't. It didn't want to respond, but I was able to click a bunch, which fixed the problem. Okay. It's been a while since I've done this, so give me a second to figure out how to set it up, okay? Okay, first we open Hollow Knight. Seems like a good first step, right? Computer takes a bit. I might have to replace my computer soon. Fuck, replace my computer, my camera, and my camera lens? God damn it, that's actually a lot of money. Fuck. Might have to do like a dono stream for that. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't have to, but I'd like to. What's your GPU? Don't I have a 3090? I only have 32 gigs of RAM. I could probably upgrade everything but the graphics card and still be fine. 3080 Ti. Okay. Your mic stand could be replaced as well, just saying. Yeah. Everyone's a fucking critic. You might eventually, Mizzy Glorp. TTS? No, we can't TTS because I'll be watching the debate. I don't want to have to pause it every time a dono came in. Okay, let me get... okay, step 1. Step 1. Excellent. Very good. Okay, so we'll do... little camera. Hey Vosh, I used your TTS to ask my girlfriend out 2 years ago and we're almost to our 3rd anniversary. God damn. That fucking rules. Okay. Do you think my camera should be in the bottom right and the debate should be in the top right, or vice versa? Which corner do you think my camera should be? Top right, bottom right. Bottom, dead middle. Bottom right, first off. Keep it bottom right. Okay, I'll keep it bottom right. I'll keep it bottom right. Okay. Now hold your equines. Okay, move chat here. I need to revamp how I do my stream text setup as well. There are a couple problems with how I've been doing it for a while. Oh, thank you. Well, I'll read all donos at the end of stream because I'm not doing TTS. Okay. Wait, let me move this here. And, okay, close this. Okay, and then I... Picture in picture. Picture in picture right there. And then I... Sorry, hold on. Window capture. What do I title this so I can just use it in the future? Picture... I'll just call it picture in picture. Very original, I know, thank you. Picture in picture. And then do not make source visible until I decide what it's going to capture. Select window. Debate everything wrong. No, not that. There we go. Oh, the source is called picture in picture. Okay, cool. And I'm gonna make this easier on myself a little bit. Sorry about the setup time. Pro streamer. It has been a little while, in fairness, okay? That looks pretty good, I think. Right? Well, that's silly. Okay, I just was trying to, like... Okay, fine. Okay, wait, what if... Hold on. Can I... There we go. What about that? Is that stupid enough? Does that look like it works? I think that works. I think that works fantastically, actually, in my opinion. It looks like you're in the debate. Aren't I always? In this fucked up world. No, it needs to fit. I'm not going to be able to fit in there. It's not lined up. What's this debate? I don't even remember. All right.
For context, the debate you're about to watch was in response to my video called Why Nobody Loves Nick Fuentes More Than I Do.
We're watching this video posted by PF Young. I believe I debated him once in the past. He had a conversation with Big Joel, which I believe has something to do with Nick Fuentes. And Big Joel actually came in and talked about it a bit with me, so I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious what the deal is. That's all. That's all I've got.
In which I shared some thoughts on Nick's influence in society. Even though most reasonable people can agree that Nick Fuentes is a racist and a Holocaust denier, it's very clear that accusing him of all those things, however true it may be, has not really done much to contain his influence in society.
A meeting with Nick Fuentes, who is a Holocaust denier, and
He's
got a lot of pushback.
Denier?
Nick Fuentes?
He's a denier,
Yes.
or does he debate the numbers?
I have friends and family who I
Incredible.
have seen had their brains rotted by Holocaust denial. And I will never just say, fuck these people,
right,
I want
where the
nothing to
fuck
do with
do
them,
I
they're
go?
irredeemable Jew haters. I just don't do that on principle. But the more concerning trend I'm noticing is the increasingly mainstream Holocaust denial that we see in popular media.
So,
Chat, it's time.
we are seeing
Help.
a rise of Holocaust questioning, Holocaust skepticism.
So given all of this, the question is, what do we do about it?
So the other day, Paul, you posted a video that yielded a fair bit of controversy, I must say. Never before, I think, has a Paul video generated so many DMs in my own inbox. People saying, "What's your boy Paul up to with this number?" So you made a video that was called "Nobody Loves Nick
Activate
Fuentes
Grim?
More Than I Do."
Okay.
And I guess just to get us started, our pal Big Joel, big star YouTuber, is with us today. And he was one of many people that had a bit of a problem with this video. And before we sort of maybe get into what Big Joel's critiques of the video were, I want you to maybe just sort of set up the audience with what you were trying to do with that video and what argument you think you were making.
Yes, all right. Well, I will read my defense now for the prosecution that I'm currently facing under.
Hey, quick question, by the way. Anyone who's more versed on Big Joel lore, can somebody explain what motivated him to do this? Maybe I'm wrong, but I never really got the impression of Big Joel being like a super debate-oriented, motivated kind of person, you know? Has he been trying to dip his toe into that more lately? It seems like a very contentious topic, you know? Not Not advertiser friendly. He picked up the mantle. All right, well. Papanada.
I'm brought to trial here now. The video was an analysis of Nick Fuentes and the negative things and positive things about him from my perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one line actually that stuck. I was rewatching the video in anticipation of this, and one sort of line that you used that I think kind of, in my mind, kind of defines the thesis of the video, was that you said that most people have an incomplete understanding of why Nick Fuentes is popular and why people like him. Do you think that's a kind of fair?
I think that's a standout
statement?
line.
Okay.
I think that's almost as good as every other line in that video.
All right. And then so Big Joel, what was your main problem?
So hey, by the way, I'm
Big Joel.
here. What's up, everybody? And just to clear the record here, I did not message JJ about your video, Paul. JJ messaged me and brought me into awareness of what you've done. It's not my problem that I saw this video. I just want to say that out front, okay?
JJ is my Ghislaine Maxwell, who traffics in all of my, all the left-wing YouTubers.
Many people beyond Big Joel were messaging me. Big Joel was merely just, as he is with most things, just merely the most articulate critic of what he had seen. And what is your main criticism?
So to clarify, your video was an analysis of the best and worst things about Nick Fuentes, and the best things are, I think, very well summarized. I think the real thesis statement of your video is people vastly underestimate how useful it is to have someone squarely on the far right repeatedly telling his audience that broad-based racial hatred is, quote, a low IQ freak show, right? And your claim is... You object.
I would not say that is the thesis of my video.
But that was something that you did say.
No, it's an important point. Yes, but I would.
I would say it's the linchpin of the video, but that seems like a very pedantic conversation. I won't defend that.
Okay, I would disagree with the linchpin too, but go ahead.
That's fine. So you think that
I need to put
Nick
this on,
Fuentes
right?
is opposed to broad-based racial hatred? Is that right?
No, I said that it is very useful to have someone like Nick Fuentes telling his audience that broad-based racial hatred is low IQ freak show behavior, which is true.
To what extent would you say that Nick Fuentes is so cards on the table, right? I think that Nick Fuentes is, including in all the clips that you showed of him, very much pro broad-based racial hatred. He's a figure that has wholly devoted himself in those clips and in other things that I've seen of him in preparation for this, very much wholly in favor of broad-based racial hatred, and that is true of him.
Actually, hold on. I'm not disagreeing with Big Joel here, but lately I've been seeing some clips of Fuentes' takeoff where he's shifting his tone a little bit, not being less racist, mind you, but it seems like he understands that there is a time limit to how much you can build a political movement off of hatred and antipathy and insultdom, and he's been trying to lean a little bit more into like the what would you call it? I don't know. Socially conscientious, compassionate Nazism, a little bit less like N-word, 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 and a little bit more like, how do I put it? Our beautiful Volk out there are suffering, and we need to show them compassion. That kind of thing, I might be boiling it down a little bit too much, but it's moderate, not moderate Nazi, just like there are different elements of the rhetoric that you can focus on, right? Much like how there are left-leaning content creators who focus very, very much on antagonistic rhetoric, like antipathy towards billionaires, but there are also ones that focus more on like, oh, everyone should be able to get healthcare or whatever. It's not necessarily a change in the values, just in the rhetoric.
In every one of the clips that you showed of him, pro broad-based racial hatred. So I think that might be the disagreement that we have.
Okay.
One of them.
Okay.
Yeah. So what do you think about that?
I don't know what he believes.
It's okay from you just.
No, but
I know what he says.
Well,
and I said it's very useful to have someone like Nick Fuentes telling his audience it's low IQ freak show behavior to have broad-based racial hatred.
What do you think about this? The holistic takeaway that a reasonable audience member of Nick Fuentes would have upon watching the body of his work is broad-based racial hatred is a good thing, and everything he says leads us to that conclusion that that's his opinion.
I think that's fair.
Because I think that's true. I think he's never had a anti-broad-based hatred take in his life. I think he's wholly on the side of broad-based racial hatred.
Deep Focus
Okay,
was nearby?
the clips I showed in the video were demonstrably not that.
Like,
I disagree. Yeah, I disagree.
Okay,
with that.
so why don't
Should we pull up the clips?
The whole essence of Christianity is that we do love everybody and we are charitable towards everybody. Now, charity doesn't mean we gotta airlift them into our community. Not saying that, but I don't necessarily, I think it almost inverts the Christian message to say the strangers can go fuck off. You know, if we don't have any love, if we have any leftover love, we'll give it to them. But we really just love our own race and our own people. And don't get me wrong, I do love our own race and our own people, but I don't think that the answer to liberalism, which says fuck your own people, love aliens, is to say fuck aliens, only love your own people. It's like love everybody. Love everybody. We have to be stewards of our country and our community, but we also should have love for people, and we should be charitable to them in ways that we can, in ways that are sensible, in ways that aren't suicidal. You know, there's like a middle ground between saying we have to invite the whole world versus we have to exterminate the whole world. And the middle is like, you know, we have to preserve ourselves. We don't have to commit suicide. We can help people, but we don't have to do it in a suicidal way. Anyone that has any genuine racial hatred, we have to just say...
Okay, to be clear, by the way, this is just an amped up hate the sin, love the sinner type rhetoric. He's obviously being dishonest. His community is full of seething hatred for a wide variety of groups. I think he just recognizes that there's probably more long-term marketability and rhetorical viability in rhetoric that can shield itself in that, you know, that ever classic Christian, you know, Christian love. There's no hatred like Christian love, that kind of thing. It's also possible, like, obviously Fuentes to a large extent has always been a grifter. Like, he wants to be the cat boy. You know, I think that for the most part, these people's opinions are often quite, like, at least to some extent, performative and insincere. And he might just be getting tired of cultivating a fan base where constant performative hatred is the only defining characteristic. It might just be kind of exhausting, right? As to whether or not it's like a meaningful improvement, I don't really know. I don't really think it matters, to be honest. The same political positions will be supported regardless. So I think it's just a rhetorical shift. Where the fuck am I going, Venture? Where the fuck am I going right now?
There's something wrong with you. I understand not wanting to live around black people. I get it. And I understand when you see what black people do, some of them, I understand hating that. But this whole like autistic racial, like actual racialism, actual racial militant hatred, it is like a freak show. Because that comes from...
Yeah, he might just be tired of that element of his community. Like, there's a difference between being the cool, casual kind of racist and being one of these, like, insane frothing at the mouth types. Those insane frothing at the mouth types are also probably more likely to engage in gatekeeping behavior that he doesn't like. Like, Fuentes gets a lot of shit from the online right for a variety of reasons. And I think, you know, they literally have a term for this, don't they? Wignat. The term is like when you're a white nationalist, but you're so overzealous in being a white nationalist that you're acting like a black person, essentially. Fuck, I thought that was the timing. They have a lot of fascinating rhetoric they use. Oh, fuck you. I'm gonna die out here. What the fuck? It's a pretty common term.
From an emotional place. It is one thing to say that, like, there are whites and blacks. Black people clearly are not on our level of development, and that's why they're struggling. That's why they're not integrating well, and that's why there are these problems. Like, it's one thing to say that clinically, and it's one thing to see what they do and get frustrated by it and get angry about it. It's a whole other thing to have this, like, persistent, like, antipathy for vast groups of people. That is just like a low IQ, dysfunctional thing. Everything, oh, well, but that doesn't make you mad. It's like, yeah, it makes me mad. I'm not filled with like racial hatred for an entire group. Even the Jews, even though Jewish people have ruined my life in many ways. And
remember how I've said before that the original definition of the word misogynist wasn't calling people out for being sexist because everyone was sexist when the term was conceived. But rather it was a man who was so over the top in being sexist that it discredited him, right? It was like hysterical, overly emotional, like their hatred of women was embarrassing. He's basically describing that, but in like a Nazi racialized context, you know?
Like they do horrible things. I don't have a hatred for them as a group, and I can say nice things about them, you know? But that comes from being a Christian. That's the kind of peace and that's the kind of disposition that you can only have if you love God, if you truly have love in your heart for people.
Right. And so I guess like if I'm being devil advocate for Paul's side, Big Joel, I guess the argument would be sort of like, what is wrong with those statements? Like, why are those statements not sort of sufficient against the kind of the case that you're making?
So, okay, when I see somebody say, let me read the quote that you said, okay? Because I actually wrote it down. One of the quotes that Nick Fuente said. Yeah. This whole like autistic, actual racialism, actual militant hatred, it's like a freak show because that comes from an emotional place. It's one thing to say there are whites and blacks. Black people are clearly not on our level of development, and that's why they're struggling. It's a whole other thing to have this persistent antipathy for vast groups of people.
Yeah, like imagine it like being in the 18th. So in their mind, the difference is this. Imagine being like an 18th century white gentleman. And you as any white, my audio bugging? In what way? Nothing changed on my end. I don't know. But you were an aforementioned white gentleman. And Joel's, okay, gotcha. And as any white gentleman of that era, you know about phrenology and racial inferiority and superiority and so on. But like, that doesn't make you a pull poster. Even if you're a racist and a guy who is alive today who posts like racialized Wojak edits 24/7 are both racist, there is a massive difference in how they behave. It's almost down to a respectability thing, you know? Okay, Venture, I need specific directions or your ass is grass, okay? I'm operating on unlimited mental faculties because I'm listening to a debate.
So when you hear that quote, you know, your mind might go to, well, he's saying he doesn't hate black people. He's saying that it's wrong to wholly hate black people. But when I see it, what I hear is somebody laundering in this sort of pseudo-intellectual way the belief that black people are fundamentally inferior to him, such that they're not even really worthy of human hatred. They're actually beneath shit, kind of. They're subhuman in a way. They're beneath.
I think Joel's off here. Well, Joel's half off. Joel is correct in that this represents incredible antipathy towards black people. It's basically just Fuentes telling his community to stop being so embarrassing about it. It's a way of laundering the reputation of racists so that they can continue to persist and not be shackled indefinitely to what is basically like the most embarrassing type of racist, which is a poll poster, right? Like, you can go back to basically any era of American history and find racists who are less unhinged and more composed, even if they're more racist and more consequentially harmful than some guy who's, you know, obsessed with interracial pornography and likes playing with his Wojak dolls. You get what I'm talking about.
Their level of development, he doesn't want to live near them. What is that if not racial hatred? How could we call it anything else? What is racial hatred?
It is racial hatred.
Doesn't qualify.
Because racial hate. What's the quote again, JJ?
Well, Big Joel just read it, right? Where he sort of says that
that's the right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's because it's true. In that quote, he's basically, as Big Joel just read, he's sort of saying two things contradictory.
Yeah, that black people are not in development of white people. Yeah, I disagree with that.
And then he also
I'm not asking whether or not you're a white supremacist.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you're just, I guess what you're saying is like, yeah, what do you make of a quote like that? Like, because it's true, like he says actual racialism is bad, but then as Big Joel said, he also goes on to sort of say, like, I wouldn't want to live near black people. Black people are lower than us.
Right, I put that quote specifically in. I cited that quote specifically.
I know.
And I will tell you this
We're getting a lot
as plainly as
of
possible.
Nick here.
I don't want to live around black people. I just don't. It would be irresponsible if I had a wife and kids to live near black people. It just would be. And that's not to say that every black person is violent. It's not to say that every black person is the same way. But we watch the news. We read the papers. When you drive downtown in Chicago, you know who you got to look out for and worry about when you're thinking about whether you're going to get carjacked. When you're...
I love these, like, these persistent racial fantasies that white people have. You can always tell it's a fantasy because they talk about, like, Chicago or Detroit or something. Like, yeah, you know, that experience people have with crime when you go downtown in Chicago and a thug with his pants hanging down, holding a Glock at a sideways angle, goes up to you. Like, okay, it's fantasizing, right? It's fantasy. It's why they don't want to talk about, like, data, which you'd think they would, because speaking from a data perspective, black people do commit a disproportionate amount of violent crime. But once you make yourself subservient to the data, you get into, like, difficult and complicated questions about what the data actually means, and they don't want to do that. They just want to engage in the fantasy, you know? And it is a fantasy. That's why they talk about it so goddamn much.
You're worried about catching a stray bullet, when you're worried about who's going to pull up on the side of the road and literally shove a rifle in your face and steal your iPhone, or shoot you point blank.
I would hate that
execution
if that happened.
style in Lincoln Park. We know who's doing it. I don't want to live near them.
Okay.
I don't want to be near them. They make me nervous.
I appreciated the way that you put in the quote that seemingly cuts against the whole point of your video, which is that he's against broad-based racial hate.
That was not the whole point of my video, as I said, and that's why I rejected it in the first time.
One of the claims in your video that he's...
yeah, one of the claims, which was just as important as the claim that Nick Fuentes has the capacity to wreak utter destruction and mayhem and be exactly the kind of racist demon that people make him out to be. And all of the evidence of all the weird shit he does with his cult is evidence of that, and I cited that specifically. So it's
From
not
my perspective, Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi who is a wholly destructive force in the life of his audience, has never made anybody in the history of time less racist, is a Holocaust denier, hates the Jews, and hates black people because he thinks they're less than he is. He justifies and launders his hatred through a pseudo-intellectual veneer that makes people think that they're engaging with some important political project when in fact they are.
This is all objectively correct. At the end of the day, it's the same with every racist project, and the more consciously racist it is, the more obviously it is this, which is a veneer pasted around a psychosexual obsession, right? It always goes back to that. It always goes back to the Wojaks. It's one of the reasons why, to an extent, I think this is kind of like an impossible project, because to the kind of person who watches Nick Fuentes, I don't actually think it's possible for them to exhibit Christian love. Because, like, they can't. They think they're metaphysically superior to other groups of people. It's not, like, Christian love, I guess, in the archetypal sense. You know, they can talk about it, and they love to talk about it. But, like, it'll always come back to the Wojaks. And if it couldn't, if it didn't come back to the Wojaks, they just wouldn't be racist. You know what I mean? Isn't that an oversimplification? Isn't it a lot more than that? I'm telling you, the psychosexual explanation for bigotry, time and time again, has proven to be pretty goddamn resilient.
Are indulging their most freakish and disgusting impulses when they watch him. That's my
I disagree.
Kind of,
If what you described was true, he would not have the broad-based popularity with so many normal people, which he does.
I think that's the case.
I think that's a ridiculous statement from Young there. Normal people's doing a lot of heavy lifting there. I think.
Paul, like, is it not possible that plenty of normal people can be racist?
Are that stupid?
And can be and can be excited by...
No, the argument is that it's an intellectual veneer. The argument is that intelligent people like Joel and I and JJ can pierce through the veil, but normal people can't do it.
How can you be a Holocaust denier and not hate Jews? How can you call black people inconsiderate, aggressive, cruel, and not hate black people?
How can you be a Holocaust denier and not hate Jews?
Yeah, how could you possibly do that?
Can you be... Wait, could someone deny the Stalinist genocide or the Maoist genocide?
Jesus Christ, this is... I can see why I didn't why I didn't keep doing debates, sort of like what we're relegated to. I mean, in the interest, I suppose, of observation, I'll just sort of watch and not crack down too. Like, I'll let Joel do the talking, essentially, you know? Young as a contrarian? Yeah, he is, but like, obviously, come on. Where do you have to go when the debate reaches, you know, can you be a Holocaust denier without hating Jews? Well, isn't it like, you know, and can you not believe in Tooth Fairy, but you don't hate the Tooth Fairy? Like, it's nonsensical. But yes.
Genocides and not hate Chinese people?
I don't know. Maybe that's impossible. I don't know. But to explain why I think it's impossible.
Okay, hold on. Just be clear. I know Holocaust deniers.
Yeah. Those people hate the Jews, in my view. Yeah.
Yeah. No, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
You don't.
And I know these people. So
Yeah,
you don't know. So you're asserting that, and I know that not to be true.
So to be a Holocaust denier, fundamentally, is to look at the fact that 2.7 million Jews went to Auschwitz-Birkenau over the course of about 5 years. Thousands of them came out with eyewitness testimony of their family going to gas chambers, and that instead of them being true, they're actually part of a massive conspiracy that is made to infect the world and make us opposed to the true reality, which is that Nazism is the correct way to go in society. That is what it's not just a kooky belief that you can have, it is a virulent hatred for Jews.
Do you think people who debate the numbers of the Holocaust by definition hate Jews?
If there's some sort of a narrow debate about that, I would say
no. If someone just says, you know, I don't know how many people like. I want to see a debate about the numbers of Jews that were killed in the Holocaust. Does that make someone a Nazi and a bad person, an evil person?
It depends on what they're saying about it.
All right, fine.
Now I remember why we don't debate right-wingers anymore. It is crazy how it took no time at all for the debate to reach the level of like, can you prove to me that Nazis hate Jews? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of beneath me to engage with this, I suppose, but Big Joel feels that it's worth his time. With that argument, I mean, not with the video. But Big Joel feels it's worth his time. Sorry, that comes across as kind of snarky. I guess I'm just kind of black-pilled because, in my experience, like, people who ask questions like this are allergic to... Like, the most charitable interpretation of their behavior is that they're allergic to the answers to the questions they so enthusiastically ask, you know? Like, they've always got a damn question of mine, don't they? You know, they've always got some take, and it's just a coincidence that their income, to an extent, relies on their ability to continue to draw audience attention with their provocative takes. What if Holocaust deniers are merely just curious about the facts? Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Very good. Anyway, I'll let Big Joel do the talking. I keep saying that.
But broadly, I would say
you just said a Holocaust denier equals someone who hates Jews.
Well,
and now you're saying that.
Well, what you just said was to somebody who wants to have a conversation. Maybe they're not informed as to what happened with the 6 million. Right. I don't want to say that everybody who's ignorant, but Nick Fuentes is a pretty tuned-in guy. I mean, I've seen videos of him talking about David Irving, an infamous Holocaust denier and revisionist. You know, he talks about Hitler being the maligned presence of World War II, how there's evidence that they didn't use Zyklon B to exterminate Jews in gas chambers. This is not somebody who's ignorant. He's somebody who believes that the Holocaust is a conspiracy to infect the world with pro-Jewish sentiment.
How many Jews do you think how many Jews does Nick Fuentes believe died in the Holocaust?
He certainly indicated less than 6 million.
Okay, but how many is it? Is it none?
Has he said any?
I'm asking you. You're the one asserting this.
Oh, I think that he believes that some amount of Jews did die in the Holocaust, and he believes that those Jews that died in the Holocaust were not killed by Zyklon B in gas chambers, but it was instead some sort of a
starvation
big
in the camps because the Allies bombed the supply lines.
And they died of starvation because they didn't have the food. Whatever. He doesn't. Holocaust denial is not merely the belief that nobody ever died in the Holocaust. It is the full-scale rejection of the narrative of the Holocaust as has been established by historians, credible historians. That's what Holocaust denial is.
I want fucking...
Okay, yeah, I want to
believe that people can be
Holocaust deniers and not hate Jews. That's self-evident and obvious.
It's not at all.
Hold on. This is separate. Now, what does Nick Fuentes believe? I don't know. As I stated, one of the most important points I made in the video was that he could very well be the evil, demonic, actual, I want to kill all the Jews, and he's just totally lying and all that. That's not the sense I get from him.
Nick Fuentes is an apologist for Adolf Hitler.
Yeah. So anyway, that's why I think Hitler's unfairly maligned.
You know, and I'm not in like the fan club or anything, but like this stuff's important because of how it affects American politics.
You know,
anybody have anything for that?
Thank you for the history. Thank you for that history. It is important. So much.
Okay, well then, okay, then define pro-Hitler.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so
because
go on. Sorry.
Because if Nick Fuentes, does like Kanye West, does the Hail Hitler, fucking aesthetics and all that.
Yeah.
It's like, how much of that is because he really loves Hitler, and how much of that is because it's a fuck you to the establishment?
It's like it almost immediately reaches a point where it can't be parodied. You know, these are the big conversations being had. In a way, it's kind of an affirmation of my point. In the same way that racism will always come back to people playing with Wojak dolls, like this particular kind of dickless centrist apologia will always come back to these sorts of low IQ just asking question shenanigans, right? Like it invariably it has to come back to this because like your main rhetorical strategy is wasting the other person's time. Are you missing the debate sphere yet? Oh yeah, I'm really feeling the absence in my life.
Yeah,
you know what? I think I'm not even gonna get the soul shards and the mass shards. I'm just gonna get the pale ore. I'm just gonna get the fucking pale ore and the charm notches. And then I'm gonna do Godholm. That's all I want. I don't need that other shit.
It's an honest question because hold on. Could just be, again, and I'm gonna say this over and over again, just like I did in my video. I'm perfectly open to the possibility that Nick Fuentes is a genuine wants to see Jews massacred type person, and anyone who says that can't be the case or is not the case, I think is wrong.
I just want to set something clear here because it seems like one of the disputes between the two of you is that, Big Joel is, I think convinced, and I think, in my opinion, rightfully so, that Nick Fuentes is hates Jews, is an anti-Semite, and you, Paul, are sort of acting as if this is a somewhat ambiguous and unsettled matter. Is that true?
No, how about this? Again, this is all we're getting into. I don't know what's going on in his mind. I don't know how much hatred he has in his heart.
Well,
he probably
I know,
has
but
a lot.
you can cut the baloney a little thin on this one, Paul.
Well, let's get the baloney out entirely. Let's just say he hates Jews. Yeah. He hates Jews. Okay.
Well, no, but I think
so. What is
to say? Let us say as if this is like a thought exercise, Paul. Like, do you see him as fundamentally like an anti-Semitic figure who sort of traffics in anti-Semitic rhetoric and propaganda?
Sure. All right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do full lawyer mode. Okay. Define anti-Semitism.
No, I feel like at some point you can get too bogged down in the semantics, Paul. Like, it seems to me that it shouldn't be that difficult to answer the simple question: is Nick Fuentes basically an anti-Semitic character?
Sure. Yes. He's basically anti-Semitic. He's basically racist. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, and that is
he's racist by any normal person's definition, which I said in that video.
You did say that in the video. So at that point, I think that, sort of trying to sort of get the finer points of this is kind of irrelevant, right? The question is, I think, like the fundamental point of your video, Paul, was to posit that he has some redeeming qualities as well. I
think he has the capacity for redemption. I'll ask Joel that. Do you think that Nick Fuentes has the capacity?
This is such a content slop question. Like, this is such a rent is due next month ass question here, man. Debating over whether a prominent internet neo-Nazi can be redeemed. I don't fucking know. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, in any timeline? Sure, I guess. That's... What the fuck is with this tap dancing? Well, it always gives me the impression. I can just... Sometimes when I look at stuff like this, I can feel people's, like, rent is due notice. And it makes me feel very cynical. Why is the mod debating them now? I mean, in fairness, like, what are you supposed to do when the conversation has reached the level of, like, define Jew, define killed, define anti-Semitism? Do you think that Nazis could be good? Maybe? Okay. All right.
To change from who he is now and be a more pro-social force?
Yes, but I would also say the same about Ted Bundy, Adolf Hitler.
PF Young is like a fan of Jordan Peterson. That's what I debated him on. No wonder he talks like this. define disagrees with. Like it's perfect. That's where it comes from.
Where?
What about Destiny?
Yeah, I think that I don't think that anybody's like past the possibility of becoming a better person.
You think? Okay, so you think Nick Fuentes is as bad as Ted Bundy?
No.
Okay, how? Okay, do you think Nick Fuentes?
I think Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi who.
I think this could have been kept as a loving DM between P.F. Young and Nick Fuentes. What the fuck is this?
Okay.
Hates the Jews and black people. So to the extent that I think that that's a bad thing, I think Nick Fuentes is guilty of it. I think that for Nick Fuentes to become a better person, he would have to renounce almost every single thing that he's ever believed.
Really?
And he would have to
really? What about that? You need to drink water.
The political project of hate that he has championed for an audience of increasing size. I think that Nick Fuentes' redemption is not a matter of he just has to lean into one aspect of it. He would have to go full American History X, realize that the entire belief system he's built his life around is bunk, and change everything about him.
You don't even believe that. You don't even believe that.
You
agree with
he's
Nick
still going to
Fuentes
drink
on
water.
Probably 90% of his critiques of Israel.
Nick Fuentes' critique of Israel is that a Jewish conspiracy is coming together to get Americans who would otherwise not endorse the state of Israel to endorse them, because Jews are an extremely powerful have this extremely powerful and conspiratorial role in society, right? Such that
do Jewish people not have an outsized level of influence in the United States? Are you joking?
Yes, but I don't believe that there's a Jewish conspiracy, right?
Whoa! Wait, Big Joel, you can't say that. I got called an anti-Semite by non-compete for saying that. What the fuck? Man, how the goalposts have shifted. Absolute debate slop. Now I'm gonna try to like lean away from engaging with it intellectually because it's debate slop. You know, I'm here for the ride basically. Isn't he Jewish himself, Big Joel? I don't fucking know. Oh fuck, we just took so many hits there. Those guys suck. Oh! Wait.
Believe that Jews are responsible for all these world wars, or that there was like, I think the relationship between Israel and America is actually pretty explicable in normal political means, whereas I think somebody like Nick Fuentes would want to appeal to this sort of shady conspiracy where Jews who have caused so many conflicts throughout history are causing yet another one, right?
95% of what I come across of Nick Fuentes in terms of clips talking about Israel is perfect, has nothing to do with it. He doesn't even utter the word conspiracy. It's factual analysis of the relationship between Israel and the United States, and that's why he's popular. And he would not have to abandon his
I agree with you that that's why he's popular. I think he's using a moment where
Dog, I've seen clips of Nick Fuentes talking about Israel. It's not exactly a leftist critique. Man, rent must be really bad for him. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Did like Fuentes decline to be in a show recently? Jesus.
Sentiment toward Israel is at an all-time low, where figures in Israel want to sort of create a wedge. You're either anti-Semitic or you're pro the ongoing atrocities in Gaza. And I think it's a ruinous kind of political strategy, and that people, neo-Nazis like Nick Fuentes, are benefiting massively from it, right?
Can you be a good person and a neo-Nazi?
No, of course not.
Is it moral to?
It's not even a debate. It's like Big Joel has unwittingly elected himself to babysit a very young child who's heard a lot of terms from listening to his parents talk, and needs clarification on everything. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Well, what if you, like, splash around in it and make noise? Who fucking knows, man? Who knows? Shadows will see this and say to Vosh, we want our debates back. Oh, not right now, at least. Joel needs to find ways to snappily take quick jabs at him. Well, Joel's position is impossible because you can't win a debate under these circumstances because it's not a debate. It's just meandering, time wasting, disguised as a debate. But I do want to watch longer because I want to see how it develops rhetorically, I guess. Maybe I'll, like, skip ahead. in a bit.
To be friends with someone who's a neo-Nazi? Because
I don't know. Maybe I think it's probably.
Because,
I think there can probably be ways in which it's moral to do so. Maybe if you're really committed to getting them to not be a neo-Nazi and you've known them for a long time. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, because when we talk about like Nick Fuentes is a Nazi, Nick Fuentes hates Jews and all that, it's like, okay, sure, all of this, I accept that all of this could be possible.
It's true, actually. I mean, it's true that he does. I mean, his entire. Let me get out of Nick Fuentes'
Hold on. How certain are you of this? How certain are you?
Are you 100%? I don't try to speculate on people's intentions, and I'll try not to do that here. Okay. I don't know what goes on in Nick Fuentes' head. Maybe it's all a prank. Maybe he'll come around and in 10 years he'll say, "Punked, I love Jews." I don't know. Okay, fair enough.
Pull the Kanye.
The entire purpose of the political project that is Nick Fuentes is one that leads us to Jewish hatred. That's what I'm saying. Not that Nick Fuentes personally believes anything, that the entire career that he's had on the internet has been devoted to ministry and hatred of black people and Jews.
No, if he continues to launder to his audience the idea that it's not Jews and their genetics that's a problem, it's their religion and their belief that's a problem.
What?
And if they became Christian, that would be fine. That's the exact opposite of the...
First of all, that's still anti-Semitism. Second of all, Nazis constantly call people Jews for their ethnicity, not for their religious practice. Like, a majority of Jewish people in America don't practice Judaism. And for third, since when have Nazis tried to convert Jews? I actually have never heard that in my life. Like, that argument is so insane. I've never heard it before, and I've heard a lot of arguments. Yeah, Nazis just want to convert them. Remarkable.
Nazi position that Jews have in their genetics, like a fundamental moral flaw.
My Jewish neighbor's son converted to Catholicism as a grower because of you.
All right, hey, love to hear it. Look, I like Jews, I really do. I just don't trust them, and I need them to be Christian. I have a lot of Jewish friends, and almost all of them are Christian, actually. They're ethnically Jewish, but they're Catholic. I have a couple Jewish friends that are not Catholic, but I only tell the truth. You know how I feel about Jews, but they are really funny. They are pretty intelligent and crafty. So they're, look, I'm not going to lie. They're fun to be around. As long as they're not trying to kill you, as long as they don't hate your race. And I don't necessarily trust them. I don't fully trust them. And I think some of them are going to hell. But, but they're pretty, got to give the devil their due, even if they're the literal devil or the figurative devil. I appreciate it. We love them. We love all people.
Do you believe that Nick Fuentes, which do you believe is...
You can just read the sincerity dripping off of Fuentes in that bit. Really compelling stuff. Remember, anti-Semitism is not the end goal of Nazism. It's just a legitimizing mechanism for a bunch of other social projects they care about. Like, it didn't have to be Jews. It was just inertia and, pre-existing cultural bias that made that the recurring character. It could have been anyone. It could have been Romani people or travelers from Ireland. I mean, it could have been any group of, like, relatively socially dispossessed people who you can pin all the world's problems on. In different cultures around the world, it's been different groups. You hear the way Indians talk about Pakistani people and so on. It's always like that, right? It's not like new or novel or anything. But yeah, anyway, the obvious truth being that they don't care either way. This is crazy debate slop though. Hold on, let me. I gotta skip ahead a bit. Wait, hold on. What are the chapters of this video called? Is debating the Holocaust anti-Semitic? That's the one we just finished. Recycled David Irving talking points. How do we deal with Nick Fuentes? Nick is racist against black people. Nick is turning the right against Israel. Race and IQ. We need a solution to Nick Fuentes. You know what? I'll listen to the race and IQ bit. I think. I'll listen to the race and IQ bit, okay? Because that sounds like it might potentially be, rooted in some kind of data discussion, as opposed to P.F. Young interrupting Big Joel to ask what the definition of water is, or whether or not Zyklon B is a gas if sometimes it condenses on the ceiling and forms a liquid, and whether or not it's therefore inaccurate to say the Jews were gassed in the death chambers, or, whatever other inane bullshit crosses his mind.
I think he believes pretty strongly that there's a genetic component in why black people are less advanced than white people. I think he thinks they're less intelligent genetically. I think he's indicated that very much, very obviously over time. And
okay, well, we can. This is like, you know, your point about someone who denies the Holocaust must be a Jew hater. Someone who talks about race and IQ must be a Jew, must be a racist.
So when I was talking about Jewish people, Paul, you said the Nazi must believe.
Thank you for calling me by my
Jew,
first name. I appreciate it.
The Jew is genetically inferior, okay? And then I say that Nick Fuentes believes that black people are genetically inferior, and it's like, are we done clutching our pearls, or is it time now to clutch those pearls, baby? Like when does the pearl clutching begin?
I don't know what point. Sorry,
I'm trying to say it doesn't seem like the genetic component of racism is actually that important. When that doesn't make you racist to suspect that black people are genetically inferior to white people and intellectually deficient.
Okay, no, hold on. No, let's. Do you accept that the gap in IQ between black and white people has potentially a genetic component? I'm not asking you how much. I'm asking you.
What the fuck is that? Do you accept that it potentially does? What are the standards of proof we're setting for this? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Notice he's very keen on never actually saying anything. He only asks questions. Just asking a question. Dude, it's old hat. Old hat. Turn this rage bait off. I just want to hear this one section. Are we debating if Nick is a Nazi or this guy? We're debating if Nick is handsome. We're taking different positions on, like, you know, we're talking about it from every angle. Charisma, facial symmetry. That's what we're on about. And it's Kino. We're really learning a lot.
Is it a logical possibility that there is a genetic component to the gap in IQ between white and black people?
Is it a logical possibility? Like, is it theoretically possible?
Yeah. Do you accept this?
I don't think it's true.
Do you study the race and IQ literature?
I mean, I watched that very good song video.
Do you study the literature? How many books have you... does P.F. Young still call himself a centrist, by the way? Do you study the literature? Not like, have you read studies? Okay.
I've seen many... oh, you don't think that's a good video? You're pro bell curve.
You read Theory?
No. Do you think Charles Murray's a racist?
Seems that way, yeah.
Always questions. Question.
Again, more reasons why it's hard to take some of the assertions seriously.
You think that it's just like beyond...
You think Charles Murray is a racist? Okay, fucking, you've been basically discredited from this conversation. It's not like every academic in the universe slam dunked his book as soon as it came out.
I'm positive. You don't think Charles Murray's racist at all?
Well, to the same degree you are, but do you think Charles Murray's racist because because of his ideas in the bell curve, because he points out the data in the bell curve?
It seems like the current consensus academically is that the bell curve is not a valid text, and that most of what it gets,
it's wrong. I'd say that's wrong. It's completely wrong.
Oh,
why?
Okay.
Why is that wrong?
Because the claim, first off, unless you think like people like John McWhorter or Glenn Lowry are, racists, in of themselves.
Oh shit! I haven't read the racism literature. I don't know the name of every person who's ever published a study on race and IQ. You guys know these two offhand? Who are we referring to? Whoops. Racism lore? Yeah, I don't know the racism lore. What the fuck? Remember that this guy opened this line of questioning by asking if it was, like, cosmically possible that there could be a genetic component to the IQ gap. That's a strong position to start with. Well, do you think, like maybe in a million years, anywhere in the universe, like, maybe it's possible, unprovably so, but is it possible maybe that I'm right? That's the opener. That was the opening.
They don't dispute at all the fact that if the only thing you do is you take white people and black people, or people who self-identify, that's how you do. Like, you self-identify as white, black.
You
have them take IQ tests, that at a population level, there is a gap.
Oh, there is a gap.
No one disputes that.
True.
Right, no one disputes that. Right.
That's true.
What does that have to do
so
with
then the question is, well, how much of that is genetic and how much of that is cultural? And Charles Murray himself, in his interview with Coleman Hughes, said the cultural component is big, i.e. it can be changed.
Yeah.
So why is Charles Murray a racist, and why is the consensus against him, even though
it would be because he
What wasn't this supposed to be on the... Dude, I'm so stupid. I'm unironically so dumb. I thought this would be like a data-driven section, but it turns out that just like with Nick Fuentes, this is yet again young, just asking over and over again whether or not you think his hat looks cool. Like, I thought it was going to be like, well, let's discuss the data on it, or let's discuss, like, the burden of proof, or let's discuss, like, the viability of this possibility. It's just like, well, okay, how do you feel about this racist guy? Is Charles Murray still alive? Could he potentially get on this YouTube channel? Not mine, I mean Young's. Is that why we're doing this? I thought you were joking. No, it's pretty much all just like, do you like my hat? Can you imagine a theoretical world in which my hat looked cool? He's got like the rainbow propeller beanie thing going on. No, listen, okay. But like, do you think anyone could possibly think this is cool? And when I went to school and Stacy said that it looked cool, but like in a snide tone, do you think there's any world in which it was actually a sincere compliment? Possibly. Also, how are we defining race? Oh, Box Fox, don't engage with this crap.
He thinks that black people are intellectually inferior to white people genetically. Not wholly so, but
Okay,
that's a huge component.
Let's not even go down this route because this is not an avenue of productive discussion. Clearly.
All right.
We're just getting a little off topic.
That's not a productive.
I think it's pretty illuminating because I think that it's interesting, right? Like, you know, I think that what's happening here fundamentally is that there's just a little bit more agreement with Nick Fuentes' points.
Yeah,
I agree with a ton of Nick Fuentes' points.
About race, about everything.
Depends.
Like,
depends. Depends on what he says. Case by case.
And this gets to the. I know, Big Joel, that this was a point that you made when we were talking before as well. That one of the things, because I feel like the argument, Paul, you've made is that a lot of sort of Nick Fuentes' racial arguments are actually more nuanced than they seem. Blah 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 blah. But then you also sort of you claim that he was a immoral, degenerate creep, right? And then you linked to a blog or something about him, right?
Yeah. Yes. He's
classic centrist argument against Nick Fuentes. You don't disagree with him on his positions on Jews or black people, but you think he's a closeted homosexual. Wonder where your grievances are coming from. You know, really makes you think.
He's doing PDF, associating and seemingly condoning PDF file related behavior.
Did we not say pedophile on the channel? Are you gonna bleep that?
Well, I guess I have to now. I'm gonna have to go back and bleep it out. But yeah, it's PDF. Okay.
And then so like that, I guess in some ways like that was really kind of like the harshest sort of critique you could muster of him, was that like he's a degenerate in this kind of
that's the one
way.
No. I picked that one in particular because that's the one that even the Nick Fuentes fans couldn't, I don't think, hand wave away.
Oh, how curious. The one criticism that you offered against him was one that would allow you to poach audience members. It was a criticism you could offer to stoke contention but not alienate the people in his audience. That's curious. Come on, I've been in this business long enough. Jesus Christ. Whatever this guy agrees on Nick Fuentes over regarding Jews is a matter of projection. Jesus fucking Christ. The disingenuity. Or is it disingenuousness? I never remember. The second one? Yeah, that sounds better.
So it was the most damning in that regard.
Yeah.
I guess this is my broad point, Joel, and I appreciate you having this.
Like he explicitly admitted it. He literally just straightforwardly said the reason I offered this criticism was because it wouldn't lose me points with his audience. We missing debates? They were all like this towards the end, man. They were all like this towards the end. Pretty much past, like, anything past 2022, at least. Dude, were these always so easy? I'm letting myself get hit by, like, everything. I guess the third one's the hard one, because it goes on forever. The debate circuit is completely cooked. I mean, it's kind of hard not to be when this is the kind of stuff being debated, right? Like, Jesus Christ. Define anti-Semitism. Wah! Wah! I swear I'm better than this. I'm just doing it quickly. It's kind of a shame, honestly, because I was hoping to... I like Big Joel a lot. I was hoping to have, like, something useful or informative to offer after this, but I don't really know what to say, because sometimes it feels like the only lesson that I get from this is that, like, some people are literally just... Some conversations aren't worth having. Not even because of the topic, but usually because of the people. Like, I have had what I would consider to be well-reasoned intellectual conversations on race and IQ and Holocaust denial and so on. Not many, but, you know, it's possible. Okay, where's the last pale ore? I need one more. Right? Because I have 2 right now. I have 2, yeah. Where's the last one? Nosk? No, I beat Nosk. I fought Nosk. Grubfather, I think? So I have to get all the grubs then? 31 grubs. Okay, we gotta bust out the grub map. Okay, Venture, we're on a quest. Grub map, and also every mask and soul piece we can find along the way. Collector for the map. Okay, collector for the map. How do we get to the collector again? The love key. How do we get the love key again? Queen's Gardens. Okay. Yeah, I saw Excel. I wish I had more useful stuff to say. Go to Queen Station? Wait, I thought we had to go to the Queen's Gardens. Why Queen Station? Oh, we enter from here? We want to go down, then around like that? Down, then around, or up, then around? Down, then around. Okay, Queen Station. Gotcha. Yup.
Discussion.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Is that when you say Nick Fuentes is a vitriolic racial hatredist or racist, supports racial hatred, all this stuff. He's a bad person. Fundamentally, he's a neo-Nazi. He's a pro-Hitler person.
Yeah.
Left from Queen Station. Okay, up.
Even if that's true, let's say all of that's true, and I probably could. If we were sitting down having beers and I would go, yeah, I agree with a lot of that framing. Like is Nick Fuentes pro-Hitler? Duh. Right? Like obviously. Okay. Then it's like, well, okay, is Hitler or is Nick Fuentes like? Does he?
It seems like he's only willing to front a position or accept it when it allows him to ask a new dumb rhetorical question. You know what I mean? Like everything is up for being questioned unless he wants to accept it as a given, so we can move forward to the next dumb question. Like, what does it mean to be pro-Hitler? How was Hitler racist? Didn't he just love white people? Like, it's silly. Do I have to give him my money? Just give her your money, you'll make more in return. Fine. Just all of it? All of it? We got 4,100. That'll do. 3K? $3K. I'm doing 3K. Wonderful.
View Hitler like he views like the Pope. Well, no.
I don't think he does. No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So there's nuance to his.
I think he thinks Hitler's like a nuanced leader who had a lot of good ideas and did a lot of good things. Didn't commit the.
Dude, he likes Hitler because it's epic and based and red-pilled to say he likes Hitler. Okay. That's the only reason why. He said his favorite authoritarian leader was Stalin, who you might recall was instrumental in Hitler's bunker suicide. You know, it's nonsense. None of it means anything. It's all idiosyncratic. None of it refers to any authentic or sincere belief. There's no principle underlying it. It's just whatever's epic and based and red-pilled. Whatever gets you that affirmation. Fuck. Well, one thing at a time, Venture. Let's get that love key. Then we'll get the charm notch.
The Holocaust, that's a big part. Didn't try to gas Jews. That's a big part of it, and ultimately was quite maligned by history.
Venture,
that's
which
what
way?
I believe about.
Love
I don't
key,
think
love
is
key.
a full scale like. Okay, I'll put it this way. I think if Hitler was around today, Nick Fuentes would vote for him. I don't think that if Nick Fuentes knew what would come for the German people, he
unfortunately. I think a lot of people would vote for Hitler.
Yeah, a lot of people would, and I think he would champion the Hitler.
A lot of left.
A lot of positions fronted from this guy. Regrettably, as a centrist, I have no choice but to say that I agree with Fuentes on everything, and I think that the world awaits the return of Hitler. Centrist, by the way. Dickless, by the way.
I think he would champion the Hitler of tomorrow. I think that if somebody had the moral worth of Hitler, he would be their greatest fan, and I think that's a huge reason why I feel these things I feel.
Actually, by the way, if Hitler came back today and was actually hampered by the limitations of modern rule and the globalized economy that makes it difficult to do stuff like start World War II over again, I think that he would get treated the exact same way as Trump. He would be a performatively racist, over-the-top populist, kind of publicly stupid, but still like epic and based and red-pilled. It'd be super edgy to support him. A lot of people would support him, but invariably, like, he would do things as Hitler did, as the real Hitler did, that would compromise some kind of purist vision, and it would just be more profitable to hop onto another guy. Yeah, but he would be a bit more overtly racist. I mean, maybe because Hitler was born like 120 years ago, but keep in mind that Hitler's racism and anti-Semitism was literally a means to an end. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that it got him what it got him, he probably wouldn't have been notably racist or anti-Semitic relative to, just like any other German guy. It was all a means to an end. It was all insincere. I'm not saying he wasn't a real anti-Semite. He was. I'm just saying, like, the fact that he was definitely in part a consequence of the fact that anti-Semitism was the driving conspiratorial force that allowed him to do what he did. Not all the way down. Okay, so we're taking the dick shaft. We're taking the dick shaft, too. He was very racist, but yeah, but like a ton of people were back then. I just think it's important to note that like Hitler was exceptional only in the circumstantial forces that allowed him to take advantage of existing social trends. He was by no means a great man. He was no Genghis Khan. He did not pull the sun across the sky. Okay. We got the love key, and now it's, the collector is over in the City of Tears, right? The collector, let's try to find the collector here. The collector, is it somewhere near King Station? It's like one of these doors, right? Gotta go back to bank first? It's always something with you, isn't it, motherfucker? It's always something with you. Okay, well then let me just warp back and then go to Queen Station. Or do I want to, like, run down and around? Is there some benefit to me doing that? No? Okay, just making sure. Beep, 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 beep. Papanada. It might not spawn without you benching at a third location. Okay, let me bench then. Gotcha. I don't remember if I benched. You can totally imagine what it would look like if Hitler was around today, though, right? He would be like Viktor Orban, you know? He would have to code his language differently to not be immediately alienated by all the world leaders his country depends on, like with regard to trade and immigration and stuff like that. It would all have to be a little more coded. If you want to know how Hitler would talk today, look at the way Nazis talk today. Like, Nazis today, in any position of power, they have to code their language. They're moderated by it. You even have, like, the disciple of Mussolini currently rules Italy. And what is she doing with it? Not that much. Not really, you know? I never played Disco Elysium on stream, Fatface. I'm sorry to say. Wait, this is Queen's Garden, not Queen's Station.
Sorry, go on.
That's fine. Again, I view the pro-Hitler stuff like someone's pro-Stalinist stuff and pro-Mao stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gross. Like, someone says, like, has like Maoist, like, unironically talks about Mao in a positive manner stuff. It's like, that's a sign of a sick soul, and I think the pro-Hitler stuff's similar. Again, Nick Fuentes is deeply irony poisoned, as am I, in many ways, so...
Immediate clarification. Hold on, wait a second. I just essentially criticized Nick Fuentes' character. Better claim that his support for Hitler is insincere? Even though earlier in this very line of thought, I claimed the opposite and said that he does like and defend Hitler. Okay. Thing knocked over. I mean, he is irony poisoned, of course, but, like, that's just the nature of the fucking game, you know? Gotta get that charm notch. Okay. Where's the charm notch? We can get the charm notch. I do want a charm notch. Thankfully, this area is not that big. I'll go up, because it has to be up from here. Let's finish this.
It is, I'm sure you would at least agree it is difficult to know, like, you know, exactly where, you know, what his beliefs are. Well, you've already admitted that a bunch of yes, so fair enough. My point is, all the things you're saying about him being racist and all that.
Yeah.
It doesn't lead to a solution on how to deal with him that I think is productive, or I don't see how there's a better alternative than the way that I am going about it, which is...
Okay, that's where I'm gonna have to tune out on this one. Dude, I'm so familiar with this, man. I swear to God, I'm getting, like, PTSD flashbacks to this exact kind of, like, insane, borderline messianic, I am a centrist, and I agree with the Nazi on everything. The only way to stop this Nazi, who I agree with on everything, is to suck up to him constantly and only criticize him on issues that align with the criticisms of his audience so that I can continue to benefit from the adjacent exposure. Yeah, I know. Ooh, dilly. I guess my main criticism for Joel is just, I guess you have to recognize who actually believes something, but... Wait, I went all the way to the top and all the way to the... Oh, okay. No, that's a Hollowness seal. Venture, you lied to me. It's close by, okay. Not there, though. Not there. Alright, hold on. Let me close this direct. The real debate was the friends we made along the way. Will this be a VOD or no? Like a segment? Actually, probably not, no. I genuinely didn't have that much to say. I feel like it was mostly... Like, I think Nick Fuentes talked more than I did. Like, I genuinely don't think I had much to say. Ow. Ow. Thanks. Ow. Okay, wait. Hidden room? Where's hidden room? Hidden room, hidden room. Hidden room? Hidden room. Ow. Oh. Damn. That hasn't happened that often. Motherfucker. Will it be uploaded as a game VOD? Everything is a VOD. I mean, it's... I'm not deleting the VOD. I love this fucking game so much. I don't see VODs in your channel. They're in an unlisted playlist. I don't have them archived under the live section of the channel. You'll find them. Thanks for playing more Hollow Knight. My pleasure. I kind of only anticipated going as long as the video did, but I'm willing to go longer. Yeah, I can go longer for a bit. I did see that thing. That's pretty funny. I'm going to turn TTS on now.
Despite all the available facts, is it at least possible for me to be a Barbie girl? If so, wouldn't that hypothetically mean I was in a Barbie world?
If he talked like that, I'd like him more. I will go back and read all of the non-TTS donations that were offered when I'm done. And I'm not going to go for that long. You know, we're going to get some stuff. We're having fun. Remember, we're just prepping for Silk Song. I'm not looking to complete, like, a pantheon of Hallownest. Yeah, cry about it. Silk thong. Do they make thongs out of silk? Wouldn't that be like a really expensive material to get the pussy juice acid on? I guess some people have expensive underwear. The what? The pussy juice acid. Like if you're wearing a thong and you have a pussy. Just add a cotton gusset? Yeah, I guess. Silk's pretty resistant. I don't have anything made of silk. I would love to get like a proper Aloha shirt. A proper Aloha shirt or like a souvenir jacket. Yeah, that would be amazing in silk. Wait, not a souvenir jacket in silk. They have silk lining? I forget what I've seen online. We're back. Okay, let's proceed carefully. Why do I speak? Why do I speak? I don't think chat knows the vagina has an acidic pH level. I guess a lot of them probably wouldn't, yeah. You know, because they're like that. Yeah, guys, pussy juice can, like, over time bleach clothing because it's acidic. Ain't no thing. Ow. Stop running into them? Oh, yeah, my apologies. I hadn't thought of that. Yay!
As we all know, women have 2 holes, and thus the pH must be all P no H.
That's true. Knew that was sake. I don't know why I looked. Okay, there's no way to get up through here. Venture, is there anything useful up here? I wonder what Haas is up to. Infrared? Yeah, I haven't heard of him in a long time. Okay, now I'm gonna go do the collector. I haven't heard from him in a long time. Hinkle went off big on the Twitter slop stuff. Hinkle. Who was the other one? Wasn't there a third guy who was kind of like them, like kind of in this orbit, this category? Am I thinking of Moppin? Maybe. Maybe I'm thinking of Moppin. He gets retweeted by libs sometimes. Oh, it's fine. Whatever. This country's doomed anyway. The Yankee Tanky? No, that guy's just ill. Like, actually, like, unwell. Midwestern Marks? I don't remember that one. Tracy? Michael Tracy? I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while either. It's down? It's like on the lower... Okay. Something with a lock. This looks lovely. No. Go to bank spa? What does that mean? Right above. Hello? You debated Midwestern Marks? Am I supposed to remember every person I debated? Also, a lot of these people are, like, pretty mediocre, to be fair. God, I feel like I'm so mean sometimes, but, like, a lot of the people that I have interacted with online have been wretched, miserable fucking people. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I think, oh, wow, like, is this whole cavalcade of people who reflexively I'm mean about, and it's like, well, no, they're awful.
What, in your opinion, is a fantasy movie, show, game, book that you think does their world's religion or mythologies well?
Religion?
Looking for something good.
Religion or mythologies well? Probably the Witcher books, honestly. Not so much their religion and mythology, more like their socio-political dynamic. But that's what I think of, at least. Yummers. I don't know. Wish I read more often. Hello. Neat. Big ass room, man. I don't remember this at all. Dream nail? No, I don't want to destroy the ghosts. Pleasure house. Mmm. Delightful. Hello, pretty song lady. Don't you canonically save the ghost souls when you dream nail them? Do you save them? I don't think you save them. I think you just erase them. Hello. This is the thief who stole my money. So what was the purpose of this? You gotta hit him a lot? Oh. Hey. Nope.
Today is core day and cardio session. At 1.5 miles I wanted to quit, but listening to Bosch I locked in, and press for 1.5 more.
Hey,
Cold
nice.
Suffering give plus 5 stamina.
Very nice. I should just be hitting up, probably. I'm dumb. That's a good hit. We empty? Nope. Dude, she's fucking carrying so much shit. How will I know when you're done? She's never done. It pauses for a second. Is there like a way to recharge how much money she's got on her? Here we go. Okay, it like recharges. How the fuck did you have all this on you? I think she's had enough. Well, no, it's a finite amount of money and I want it. Venture insisted I had to do this. The content you're watching now is at the insistence of Venture. We found a good method, at least. You're robbing that old lady? No, she robbed me! Is it finally done? Okay, I think we're finally good. Oh. Okay. So where's the love house? Just making sure. Just making sure. King Station? Okay. To the right of King Station. Yo!
Keep it up, Boosh.
Well, maybe I will. Thank you. I can actually keep this on now. Yes, I've completed Hollow Knight before, DB Marshall. I thought we'd do Grim this time. We have to do the Collector. You mean do Grim this, this game session? Okay, where do I go? Is it like down to the right of this area? Down here? Fuck you. Fuck you. Pink means love. Well, gotta open it from the other side. Venture! Why did you take me here then? This is how you get there? Okay. We didn't spend much time here, did we? Neat. Is there a way to... No. Gotta go around. This is where you fight Hornet again? We did that. We've already beaten the game. We've beaten Radiance. Fucking hate you guys. Hate you guys. Worst goddamn enemies in the game. Big circle up to the top of the first cast on. What? When did you fight Radiance? Last stream. Where the fuck am I going? Here? Somewhere here? Vaguely here?
I thought this session was blindfolded Pantheon.
Oh, yeah, it is here. Listen, we'll get there, okay? We'll get there when we can. Oh, that's weird. My chat stopped updating for a bit. Didn't realize you guys were still talking. Well, I knew you were talking. I just didn't see the most recent such and such. Okay. Thank you. Get the collector. This fucking weirdo. Woo! Getting his ass. Dude, void to void. You're getting your fucking... Do you think since we're both void, we would code switch when talking to each other? I remember this guy being kind of difficult the first time that I fought him. I suppose I'm over-leveled, but I'm not even at the final nail upgrade, you know? Interesting, no health bars, just noticed. Yeah, I think the game benefits from that. We got the grub map, boys. So we want all the grubs, and we also want to do all of the red fires. So I think we have our objective for this this game session. A lot of games would benefit from getting rid of distracting UI elements. Also, the boss fights in this game just don't go on long enough to justify it, you know? Go back to Grubfather? Why? We don't have all the grubs. Storerooms. By the way, I think because you already did normal White Palace, you can't go back into Path of Pain. Really? That doesn't sound right. You can't do Path of Pain if you've already beaten the White Palace? You can't go back? You can still do it. Okay, yeah. I was thinking it'd be very uncharacteristic of them to lock out content. All good, all good. My favorite part is when you stim the noises. It used to just be called being a normal-ass person. Now it's called stimming. What happened? Everyone used to love to go yip. But now we don't do that anymore. Now we're like, ooh, yipping isn't a DSM-5 approved term. Used to be called whimsy. Exactly. Fuck. These guys are a little annoying to fight. Come on. Little rascals. What's the lore reason for why they're so fucking annoying? Flame consumed. Okay. Let's clear out this area by going to the King Station and getting that grub. Grim gave them annoying juice. Might be that, might be that. Okay, there's a duder over here. Duder over here. Duder over here. Which station are you missing? Deep Nest. And therefore the final one. Somewhere here. Somewhere here. Somewhere here. Somewhere. Gotta be in here. Gotta be. Yep, that was easy. Ah, don't swing behind you. Whoa, that's cheating. Don't swing in the direction I am. That was fucking sloppy. Holy shit, Vosh is still streaming? It's only been 4 hours. Are you going to do the Path of Pain? I mean, I can. It's not illegal for me to do the Path of Pain, I suppose. I'm allowed to, I guess. God, having the fucking warp gate, dream gate thing is useful. Okay. There's got to be some grubs down here. Yep, there's plenty of them. Let's get the ones in the Forgotten Crossroads. I only need one more pale ore, Quaz. But in order to get that last pale ore, I need to collect every grub. So we're grub hunting. Wait, I don't need to go down this way. It's not every grub, but most grubs. Okay. Still. Only 31 out of 46? Really? Okay, I thought it would be way more. We might be closer than I thought. How many do we got? Does it say here? I don't think it says here. It does not say there. That's fine. Give me shit. Wah-ha. Wee. 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 Wah-ha. Wah-ha. Wee. 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 Wah-ha. Wee. Wee. Wah-ha. Good hustle. Rancid egg, don't care. Howlin' seal, mostly don't care. Grub song. Wah-ha. Rip, we didn't get it. I didn't expect to get it. Is this what socialism looks like? Keep watching and you'll find out. Ow. Ow. Okay, that's one. And then there's another one down there. That's pretty close. So how are we all doing today, folks? I don't mean it rhetorically. I mean it for real. How are we doing? Fuck you. I moved to Seattle 2 weeks ago. Oh, nice. Do you mind me asking what neighborhood? Don't say if you don't want to, of course. Just general neighborhood. Writing is important, Lexi. You're in Fremont? Okay, nice. Lots of really nice stuff in the Fremont area. Not the least of which being, and just in case you have a lot of disposable income, Blue Owl Workshop. One of America's premier Japanese clothing, Western denim, etc., heritage menswear clothing distributors. All right, that covers it. Nice, Suga. Don't forget the glorious Lenin statue. You know, at a certain point, you do start to appreciate why he just... Oh, I have the glowing womb charm, Ruby B.
Papanada.
Papanada. Lots of them over here in Green Path. Bunch over here. Ooh, wow. Okay, there's a ton of them over at Kingdom's Edge, or in this area. Should probably go do that, yeah. Let's go to King Station again. How'd you miss every grub in Green Path? Because when I was doing Green Path, I was still thinking this was going to be like a borderline speed run. Remember? When I started playing like 4 days ago, I was like, like get across as quickly as possible. Now we're kind of relaxing with it a little bit. I mean, Silk Song will be out soon.
I suppose I should subscribe since I've been watching you since 2019.
Yeah, give me the goddamn tax, the viewer tax. It's mine. Thank you. Much appreciated. Also, very flattered that you've been enjoying the content for that long. Just put the money in the bag. That walk around the city you and your partner took a while ago, how long of a walk that ended up being? I'm wondering how big the city is. Well, we didn't walk the entire city, but 5 or 6 hours, more or less. It was a good walk. Good, hefty walk. Hello. That's a lot of walking. It was fun. Just making sure I got my juice. Isn't there a path down here? There is a path down here. Where is it? From the hive. The hive! How do you enter the hive again? Do you enter the hive from Isma's Grove? From the tram? It's always something. It's in Kingdom's Edge? Behind a wall with the bees near it? Okay. I think I remember. Ancient Basin tram? No, I remember there being a wall with bees. I remember that. So I don't need the tram. I need the wall with bees. Yeah, but that doesn't get you inside? Well, what the fuck? Two separate entrances that aren't connected, so you need to do both. Who designed this game, huh? That's what I want to know. Fuck you. Bees, bees, bees. There we are. The bees. Ow. Dude, this area sucks. Oh my god, these fucking hunter things. Let me out! I'm getting my ass beat. Okay, there was a knock-in entrance somewhere. Fuck you. Okay, what are we doing? What? What? Please. Holy shit. Okay, I did that. Okay. The breakable wall isn't here. It's got to be further along. Wait, is it not in this area? No, it's way further back. What? What? Why don't you tell me this? I say out loud, we gotta go to the breakable wall with the bees. And then I start clearing out this area with the bees. I didn't know? Yeah. No culpability. We wish to watch you wander. You know what? Fuck this. We'll take the goddamn tram. Palace grounds. We can get a grub that way, too. Public transit. The beehive's closer to King Station. Yeah, that's what I thought. But apparently you have to take the tram. Didn't you know? Oh. Is it all Venture's fault? Well, it can't be my fault. Fountain money? Oh, right. Hey, Venture, you know when would be a great time to mention stuff to do? Before I pass it. Yummers. Okay. They're in Iran? Oh yeah, that's true. You're in Iran with like, and you're watching me on like 128p, right? Or something? 144p? I shouldn't be rough on you. Okay, here we are. Damn, this is farther away from the main Kingdom's Edge area than I remember it being. We're like really down there. That's the one. I remember this. Easy.
Is it harder to have both chats on screen at once, or do you purposefully keep GG as the silly clowns on stage and YouTube chat as the mocking audience?
I mean, I do prioritize VGG. It's my site, you know. It's got a better pay cut and there's more customizability. And I do like the fact that there's an extra barrier to get there because sometimes YouTube chat's a little bit like, not brigadey. That's not the right word, I guess. Normie, for lack of a better word. I've been thinking about revamping my setup a little bit, though, because honestly, I've been giving myself, like, neck cramps. Like, looking like this all the time, I shouldn't have to. Like, this is where I'm facing screen. I should be able to look at chat just doing, like, you know, like a little look. But I have to do a big look, and I don't think that's good. Get a monitor that's above your main? Maybe. Vertical monitor? Maybe. Bees. Their bees are so fucking cute. Move. Cute. Hello, River. Ooh, she's skulking. She's skulking. Venture, do I really have to come back here later for a goddamn Grim Flame? Yeah? Motherfucker. We should just prioritize the Grim. It told you to do Grim first? Yeah. Hey, Ozzy. They're not people, don't worry. Motherfucker. Where are we now at with this game? Dicking around, mostly. Okay, green path. Gotta get the goddamn flames. Oh. It's getting late. Not like actually late, but late in the sense that I have other obligations for today. Let's do a little bit of the Grim path. We haven't accomplished much today. Let's do a little bit of the Grim path. Are we still on a no-death run? Yes, I have yet to die. In real life.
Did you watch K-pop Demon Hunters yet?
No, my beautiful partner's been away on a work trip, so I haven't. I've paused in a lot of the stuff that we both wanted to watch together. Motherfucker. Finally, 2 hits. Ah! Look, I did a spell. Are you happy, Venture? That's why we're getting the late night streams? No, I'm afraid those are probably going to be a permanent change, actually. I missed this! We're having fun! We're having a good time! Birthday boy, etc. My sleep schedule? I don't go that late. Ideally, for me, I'd like to start streams at 10. And if it could be, like, more reliably switching between politics and video games, not, like, different segmented streams or whatever, that would make me happy. Wait, do I bring the flames here, or do I bring them to that, like, cauldron thing? Okay, here. What's the thing following you? We got a little gremlin thing following us. And we're teaching it how to walk, fly. Why does that guy look like that owl from Hell of a Boss? Listen, this came out before Hell of a Boss, I think. The Grim Troop DLC probably came out before Hell of a Boss. Also, Stolas is hot, okay? I'm not gonna performatively... I'm not gonna fucking front. Get fragile strength. I don't have the money to get permanent strength. You can repair it for like 300 geo? Well, yeah, but I can't make it permanent. Fragile doesn't break in dream fights like Nightmare King Grim. What about in the Pantheon fights? Or anything in Godholm? Doesn't break in Godholm? Oh, okay.
Which Chaos Legion is your favorite? Based people answer. World Eaters.
I'm sorry, I don't pay much attention to Chaos. I don't have a Chaos favorite. I guess by default it would have to be Thousand Suns, because that's what a high school friend of mine ran against me back when I was playing, Imperial Guard. Where the fuck is the... What's your opinion on Scalies versus furries? I don't really think it... I don't think this is a battle that has to be fought. I don't know. Also, Scalies are furries, aren't they? Like, they're in the subcategory. Yeah, there's no fight here. God damn it. This fucking guy. They don't consider themselves furries? Okay, but they obviously are. Like, the thing that distinguishes furries is not literally the fact that they have an OC where they have fur. Like, that's kind of secondary to the whole animal anthropomorphization identity thing, you know? Like, are people with an otter sona not furries? Do they do what's their name? Skinnies? Because otters just have like skin. Like, well, you know, it seems nonsensical. Obviously, scalies are furries. It's just a subcategory. Otters have fur. Okay, what about sea lions? Do they have fur? Yes. Okay, what about bird OCs? Do people call themselves like avians or whatever? Nobody says featheries, though. That's made up. Nobody says featheries. Nobody says featheries. Some birds have fur. Irrelevant. You've literally owned hairless cats? That's true. There are people who have, like, Sphinx cat OCs. Oh, you're not a furry. You're a skinny. Oh, you're a feathery. Look, scalies are furries. It's just a subcategory, okay? Sphinx cats still technically have fur. It's just extremely fine and short. Okay, then we have fur. Humans have fur. We also have, like, little Priscilla hairs all over our body.
What do you think will happen in Chicago this week?
Is something going to happen in Chicago this week? I don't know. What's happening in Chicago this week? Oh, you mean with the National Guard. Okay, you have to be a little... I'm playing a video game. You got to be a little specific, okay? I don't know. I don't know. It's a broad topic. I mean, I've talked about it in a few segments. I don't really have any additional thoughts beyond those, I suppose. Not to, you know, not to spit in your face or anything. I just don't, I don't really know. I guess it's just a matter of whether or not the administration is successful in baiting people into doing something that causes the, that gives them their casus belli or whatever. To use a term that I hear people on Twitter use. Yeah, it's based as fuck, Newts. We're getting his ass. It's actually easier to fight these big ones because they stick around a little bit longer. Fuck. Nice. That's 2. Now we need 1 more. I love these goofy little bugs. They're great. All right, what's another easy peasy one? Ah, right down here. Okay. I mean, that's pretty easy, right? King Station, then down and around. Okay. They feel comfortable pricing it at $20 because they know perfectly well Silksong is also going to do gangbusters, you know? It's definitely worth more than $20, as is this game. But they know it's going to sell very well. They could do $30 easy. They could easily have charged $60 for this game. Maybe it wouldn't have sold as well, but in terms of, like, the amount of quality content, easy full AAA price. Are autistic cats a thing? All cats are autistic. Fuck. 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 Yeah, come down here on the ground with me. Streamers watched? Yeah. Okay. Oh, when he hits the acid, he instantly teleports. That's interesting. Hee hee. That went pretty quick. And that's 3. I should be mindful of time, though. I'm going to turn in the 3 flames, and then I'm going to read donos and call it there. Not the most efficient Hollow Knighting, but... Fight first? What do you mean, fight first? Oh, well, I thought there was 3 more. Oh. All right, bucko. Nope.
Thank you for talking about suspenders a while back. My life has only improved. Even get compliments from girls. Belts just suck.
Belts do suck. I'm happy to hear that you've been suspender filled. Hold on. This is going to take a decent amount of concentration. And it's not the hard version of the fight. That being said, I don't think there's much a chance of me fucking this one up. Oh, okay, can't hit him there. Allergic to using spells? Listen, it's my playstyle, okay? Ooh! You see that clean double hit? Like that. Whoops. Woohoo! Not bad, me. If I do say so myself. Ah, knocked me back into the spikes. Fuck. Alright, let's not get greedy. We got a little greedy there. A little bit. That's the time to heal. Why does everyone want to kill you? Well, he just wants to dance. He just wants the content, okay? We're entertaining the bugs of Hallownest. Yep. Motherfucker. Vosh, if he was in Hallownest, I wish I could be as cool as Nightmare King Grim. He's so hot. Yeah, the pushback from hitting knocks you into the spikes. Gotcha. And not even particularly hard. Nightmare King Grim will kick my ass, though. Okay, 3 more fires and then we get Nightmare King. Yummers. Oh, I didn't remember you getting a charm notch from that. Great. Pretty good, considering the fact that we went in with a disadvantage. Okie dokie.
Wanting to get my first pair of raw selvage denim soon. Thoughts on Left Field NYC for jeans?
Left Field NYC, fantastic. Went to their Brooklyn location. Had a phenomenal time. Really, really, really great company. They deserve the business. Okay. Albatross, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Queen's Garden does rule. Iron Pond, thank you for the $5. You plan on trying out Dawn of War 4 when it comes out? I'm not really a big fan of the Dawn of War games, unfortunately. They've just never sunk their teeth into me. Port Float with the $10. Viewer since 2016. Keep it up, homie. Really? You were following me in college too? Were you behind the bushes? I appreciate it. Thank you. Hersbird, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Juno Fox, thank you for the $5. And Eddie, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Free Glorp, unlikely. Treff, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Much appreciated. Spinach Monster, thank you likewise for the 1. Dalla, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Very, very, very kind of you. I appreciate it very much. Let me get this up. 1 second. 2016, so one of those fans of you debating Destiny in the streams. There are people in this community who were around for that, which is crazy to me, but, you know, thank you again, Dalla. Pine 106, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I hope you enjoyed your first DSA meeting. Seriously. I also hear there are beautiful baby pictures. 1 second. Ooh, friends. Da Vinci and Cleo. Freak. Refined. Freak. Freak. Refined. Demure. Very good babies. Sake, thank you for the very kind no strings attached 5 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Denoy, thank you for the $5. Lurker, since you had 5 uploads, it's your pro-social attitude towards life and your off-the-cuff cultural insights that have kept me here, not the news. Genuinely, that really does mean a lot, and I really do appreciate it. I've been feeling pretty good about these past few streams. I think my energy has been up. I think that under normal circumstances, my energy today would have been quite low, because I got woken up by construction noises too early. But I think the energy's been quite good. I feel good. Yes, Pine 106. Teletech, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Returned with more food picks. Whoo, that looks good. Ooh. That looks real good. That looks real good. Ooh. Ooh, baby. God damn.
Recently read, played, Theory, Fire EMBLM. 3 houses, great time. Also have 10 buccarinos.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I never really got into Fire Emblem. There was a Fire Emblem game that I played on, I think, the GameCube when I was a kid, but I've never really engaged with the series, and I didn't beat that game either. So, yeah, I don't really know that much. It was good, though. Remember it being good. Yeah, I know there are some people who are like real fans of the series, and I just don't know enough. Sake, thanks the 2 tier 1 subs. The right keeps turning debate into dictionaries. Yeah, it's fucking tedious, dude. I can't stand it. It's so goddamn tedious. I can't stand it. It's exhausting. Thesaurus slot. Hold on. Let me open up super chats. Excuse me. John and Ozzy, thank you. Oh, there you are in YouTube chat, Ozzy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the $2 each. Excuse me. Thank you. Sorry, got something caught in my throat. Wigwoo1, thank you for the $5. I do think that Trump is alive. Some people are saying that the images that are circulating of him, or like the video that's circulating of him, aren't authentic. I think that it's a little like maybe some of the stuff that got put out is outdated, but I do believe that there's at least one video that's been corroborated by mainstream press. Blank Moo, thank you for the $10. I really want to revamp the emotes, like, completely. One thing that I always really appreciate when I watch Joseph Anderson is that, like, every single emote that his community uses is tailor-made by the community for a specific purpose. It's all Joseph Anderson emoting. You know what I mean? And right now we have like a bunch of redundant ones. A bunch of them. I would like them to feel more personalized. I'm not saying we need to get rid of, like, you know, no or caught or whatever. There are some, I think, that are served well by the existing ones, but a lot of them are just not used. Like, yeah, I'm not going to get rid of that. I do think we could reduce the amount of pepeing. Will you draw them? I don't think it should be me draw. I think they should develop organically. Like, I think that we should try to develop a culture where we get excitable about particular moments or references, and then emotes get made of that, you know? In my opinion. Stupid Genius, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Here, have some free money for coincidentally streaming on my 20th birthday. Happy birthday, Stupid Genius! Happy birthday! And thank you very, very much. Grim Times, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Thanks for playing more Hollow Knight. My pleasure. I love this game, and I cannot wait to play Silk Song when it comes out. All right, folks. I love you all very much. Please take care. I think I'm going to see you tomorrow. And if I don't, it might be because I'm going to PAX West. But I haven't decided yet. Take care. I'll see you soon either way.